Good morning to
Good morning to everybody.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. Morochina, unmute. Nikhila.
So we had very interesting sessions yesterday, and before we start the day's proceedings, we would request Professor Malhotra to say a few words, and then I'll introduce the moderator.
Thank you, Dr. Shishir. Thank you, Dr. Shishir. We can begin with the session 3, in fact. I've got just one request. Yes, yesterday's both the sessions were very absorbing, and we could look at the expertise and the understanding of the experts also, that they wanted to speak, share more in terms of their researches and understanding with the Indian counterparts. So we had a very enjoyable day and a good understanding of each other's perspective on different aspects of Russian and Indian heritage. So without losing much time, we can move ahead. And I know that we have many luminaries from India and Russia to speak on different, very important aspects of the preservation of heritage, both in India and Russia today also. So, Dr. Shishir, it was nice to know about you also yesterday. Right. Right. So
my father
we know each other. We know each other now through other connections also, right? So that's great to know.
Incidentally, I'm so much honored to be amongst so many luminaries and academicians. My father and mother both are academicians, and they are professors. Right. So they are retired now, but it gives me great energy. It is just like seeing all the luminaries here. It is just like seeking the blessings of my parents and all of you. So thank you very much, sir. So the first session, session 3, starts with our moderator is an eminent internationally reputed historian, Professor Chudamani Nandagopal. She's MA in Sociology and MA in History and Archaeology, PhD in History and Archaeology. She is a UK visiting Nehru Fellow, UNESCO Fellow, UNSW Fellow, Sydney, and Exeter Visiting Fellow, Exeter University, and Tagore Senior National Fellow at National Museum, Delhi. She was closely associated, as we learned it yesterday, with Dr. Swiatlana Roerich and Devika Rani Roerich and Dr. Alexander Kakadin, the former Russian ambassador to India. She was instrumental in setting up the Roerich art galleries at Bangalore, as we learned it yesterday. And she has served as academic head of IGNCA, Bangalore, professor in cultural studies, Manipal University, and retired as Dean, School of Humanities and Social Science, Jain University, Bangalore, one of the leading universities, very unique, which has come up in recent times. Being an acclaimed academician, she is a visiting professor in a number of Indian and overseas universities and consultant to museums, recipient of several awards and accolades. She is also associated with the Victoria and Albert Museum, London, UNESCO Paris, Indian Council for Historical Research, Indian Council for Social Science Research, American Institute of Indian Studies, National Museum Institute, Indira Gandhi National Center for Arts, Delhi and Bangalore. She has been on the committee of Ministry of HRD, now Ministry of Education, Ministry of Culture, Government of India. She has been invited as keynote speaker in USA, Sri Lanka, and Indian universities in international and national seminars and conferences in India and worldwide. She has traveled widely. May I now request you, ma'am, to take the proceedings for day 2 and session 3, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, namaskar and good morning to our Russian colleagues and good afternoon to all our Indian colleagues. Yesterday's the entire 12 papers were presented with the opening remarks from learned Professor Malhotra and also Professor Tishkov. They were very interesting. And that set a kind of, rolling for the whole conference yesterday, presenting 12 papers, very interesting papers. And at the end, we had the panel discussion that was also interesting. So today also we have 12 papers and maybe, at the end, we'll get more time to have discussion as many are interested to express their opinions too. Friends, before I invite the first speaker, I just say a few words to initiate this session. I just speak very briefly on dynamics of culture. Like once the British asked Swami Vivekananda, why can't you wear proper clothes to look like a gentleman? Swami smiled and said, in your culture, a tailor makes a gentleman, but in our culture, character makes a gentleman. In this reply, all the concepts of culture, design, and cognition are ingrained. The tailor designs the clothes, no doubt. It is external, visible, and tangible part of culture. Character building is a cognitive process which is intangible part of culture. The external and internal manifestations of culture is beautifully embedded here. Evolution and development of culture is obviously a cognitive process construed through socio-cultural and societal assimilation of many facets. One of the ways culture manifested is through design components, maybe architectural design, textual design, landscape design, apparel design, jewelry design, and so on. Further, as seen in Indian temple architecture, Egyptian pyramids, Greek ancient theater, a few examples, they are the glorious forms of cultural statement. Friends, culture is rather experiential than definable many times. The best example can be India or Bharat is the land of deep-rooted culture, or we use the term Bharatiya Samskriti. Immediately, we are able to connect ourselves to our cultural life and cultural understanding. But interpretation of this statement is not easy. It requires quite an earnest efforts. That is what we are all doing in these 2 days deliberations. I'm very happy to chair this session. I thank both organizers for giving me this opportunity. And today, I think 20 minutes is allotted to each speaker. Kindly look at your time and without any warning, please stop. That will facilitate for next session to start it timely. And the first paper is Professor Sachidananda Mohanty, former professor and head Department of English, University of Hyderabad. He is going to speak on revolution and retribution, reclaiming the lost narratives of Emma Goldman and M.N. Roy. I invite Professor Sachidananda Mohanty. Please.
Thank you, Professor Nandagopal ji. I hope I am audible. Am I audible?
Yes.
Thank you, Professor Nandagopal ji. I heard your presentation with a lot of interest yesterday. It is indeed a matter of honor for me to take part in this Indo-Russian colloquium. And I would like to thank.
Connection is lost. Hello? Hello?
Your voice is lost, Professor Mohanty.
Professor Mohanty? No.
And Dr. Shrodre, can you call him?
Is he muted, Ina?
No.
No, he just lost the signal, I think.
He'll just join back.
I'm back now.
Yeah. Yes.
I shall draw, thank you. I'm sorry for the technical glitch. I shall draw upon my recent work on cosmopolitan modernity in early 20th century India, which has gone into the second edition. But this is also a work in progress. And I have tried to compress all my findings in terms of the 20 minutes that have been allotted to me. Now, the first problem that a cultural historian of the post-colonial kind encounters is to determine and discern what is worth remembering and recalling and finally preserving. Facts reconstructed by historians, ethnographers, observers, diarists, letter writers, biographers, and autobiographers automatically do not become worthy of critical attention and preservation. Clearly, the analysis, understanding, and interpretation, that it is the analysis, interpretation, and understanding that invest life into facts and generate meanings that changes from time to time. Thus, a historian of culture discards dogma and the Manichaean world of black and white and good and evil in favor of a complex, pluralistic, and nuanced versions of historical narratives, agencies and agents of events, incidents, and movements, both local and global. The accounts of war crimes during World War II, such as the Katyn massacre in Belarusia, narrated by Milan Soli in March 22nd, 2021, in the recent issue of the Smithsonian magazine, reports that 70 years after the Nazis' murder of 149 residents of a Belarusian village, the tragedy has taken layers of meaning far removed from the attack itself. Soli insightfully shows as to how the tragedy faded from memory in the aftermath of the World War II, and the amnesia changed in mid-60s primarily by Petr Maskerev, head of the Belarusian Communist Party, who emphasized wartime resistance as a central aspect of Belarusian identity. Further, the notion of great patriotic war promoted by the Soviet Union and Stalin in particular has obliterated the differences, according to historians, between the Holocaust genocide of the Soviet Jews by the Nazis, the killing of ethnic Slavs, the role of the Nazi and Red Armies, as well as the ambiguous role of the groups of partisans operating behind enemy lines. Like the Katyn massacre of 1940, when more than 20,000 Polish prisoners of war were massacred according to recent war historians, by the Red Army, the Katyn and Katyn narratives, recently unearthed and reconstructed in public memory, open up avenues of interpretation regarding the role of the Nazis and the Soviets, as well as the Stalin's own apparatus of internal repression, the secret police, the NKVD, and its predecessor, Cheka, in the hands of Lenin, Trotsky, and Dzerzhinsky, who was the founder of Cheka. For my purpose, I shall focus here on the October Revolution of 1917 in Russia. It is important for scholars of all major disciplines in the West and the East, as it is for the erstwhile Soviet Union for obvious reasons. The two lost narratives I am concerned with have now disappeared from public memory, and they have not disappeared accidentally. Their tragic disappearance demands social, political, ideological, and institutional explanations. Both Emma Goldman and M.N. Roy were towering personalities in their own times who charted out political and literary paths for themselves. Both were a part of a long-established philosophical tradition, one in the case of the philosophical anarchism, namely in the case of Emma Goldman. The other is the radical humanism of M.N. Roy. Both parted company from the Bolshevist communism and found this Bolshevist communism as narrow, regimented, and dogmatic and tyrannical. And according to them, the revolution that was witnessed in 1917 went against the claims of Bolshevism itself, namely freedom and equality. Now, I want to tell you very briefly, departing from my paper, about the career of Emma Goldman, who was born in then and what is known as Lithuania now. It was part of the Russian Empire. And she emigrated to the United States. She became part of the revolutionary socialistic movement and the anarchist movement, which were one at the same time. And in several of the assassination attempts against those who oppressed the workers. And she and her companion, Alexander Borkman, were deported to Russia by the Americans because they found their own stay unacceptable. And they were in time to attend the Russian Revolution, which was underway in 1917. Now, they had a meeting. They took part in many of the revolutionary activities. They were very concerned about what was happening in the revolution itself. They had a meeting with Peter Kropotkin, who was, of course, a major exponent of the anarchic movement and who has written books like The Conquest of Bread. And they sought a meeting with Lenin. And I shall talk very briefly, I shall share an extract about their meeting with Lenin. And of course, they were disappointed. They were disappointed to see what was happening. During the revolution, the kind of a tyranny which was being visited upon the dissidents in particular. And then, of course, what happened in the constant uprising, comprising the sailors and the workers, for example, who were not happy with the Bolshevist party and the secret police called the Cheka. Now, and then, of course, they were deported and they narrowly escaped. They went to Finland and they went to Europe. And subsequently, of course, she went to England. She gave some lectures, but she did not get a very good reception in England because by that time, as David Coates says, there were many fellow travelers like Bernard Shaw and others, Bertrand Russell, who had a limited kind of a visit, and they were taken to the Soviet Union on a guided tour, and they had a very different kind of an understanding of what was happening during the time of Lenin and subsequently Stalin. So I think she was not accepted, she was not accepted in the Soviet Union, nor was she accepted in the Western Europe because of the fact that she had an independent and dissident viewpoint, and she did not really subscribe to any kind of a militarism. During World War II, she saw no difference between the German and the Italian brand of fascism and the British brand of militarism. And so she stayed neutral. And therefore, during the Second World War also, she did not find much acceptance. And she died after writing her autobiography. She died, and many other works, she died tragically alone in Canada in 1940. Now, if you turn our attention to M.N. Roy, and I should skip many details because I've been given only limited time. And am I audible? Am I audible?
Please go ahead.
Yeah.
Please go ahead.
Yes. So M.N. Roy, of course, he began as a nationalist revolutionary, and he went to, of course, during the 1914, the Indo-German conspiracy. She went to just switch up Indo-German conspiracy. He took part in 1914, and he went to Southeast Asia in search of the resources and weapons, but that was not successful. And on board of a Japanese ship, and he reached California, and he became a member of the Indian revolutionaries who were there in California, in America. During the First World War, of course, the Americans and the British joined hand. And then he left, he fled to Mexico, and he was the founder of the Mexican Communist Party. He was invited to the Comintern, Communist International, and he had a meeting like Emma Goldman around May of 1920. So I think it's very significant what I'm saying. Two towering individuals who are very important in their own time. They had a meeting with Lenin, and that has completely disappeared from the public view. And M.N. Roy had a meeting, and he was 27. And, Lenin was surprised and said, I expected a much older man, a wise man from the East, but I find that a young man is there. And he was very overawed by Lenin's presence, unlike Emma Goldman, who was quite mature and very experienced, and had actually on an equal footing. Emma Goldman had an equal footing with Lenin, but M.N. Roy goes as a kind of an acolyte, as an admirer, as a disciple of the revolution, and has a meeting there itself. But the crucial thing about the meeting between Lenin and M.N. Roy is that Lenin had prepared a kind of a thesis about socialism and the colonial question. And he wanted this thesis to be presented into the Congress of the International Communist Gathering and Comintern. And Lenin turns to M.N. Roy and says that, have you read my thesis? And Roy says, a copy has just been given to me. And he says, but what about my thesis? I have written a thesis. And he explains to Lenin as to why Lenin's thesis has got some kind of a limitation. Basically, the point is that unless you really strengthen the hands of the workers and the peasants, then obviously you will have a kind of a bourgeois oligarchy that will rule even when a communist revolution takes place. Lenin is so magnanimous and says, why don't you present both? Let us present both the theses. So that shows the kind of a democratic spirit. But at the same time, I think, as I have talked about several narratives which are there, one narrative is that so democratic. The other narrative is that he was also supporting the founding of Cheka, the dreaded secret police, which unleashed a kind of a red terror. Whatever was happening, obviously, Lenin was, he was not kept unaware of what was happening. In fact, one of the peculiar things that I have noticed when I looked at this data, every data and statistics has been recorded. Whether a person is going to be executed or not, I think there is a whole lot of the data which has been really saved also. And in many instances, for example, it is because of the intervention of Lenin that some people really escaped. One such person was Pitirim Sorokin, who was so important. And he was the father of the modern American sociology, the chairman of the first chairman of the sociology department at Harvard University. And he escaped. I think he was pursued by Cheka, the secret police. He would have been killed. But the historians suggest that it is because of the intervention of Lenin that he escaped. Now, I grew up, I spent nearly 30 years thinking Lenin good, Stalin bad. That is how we have been told. But if you look at the narrative of Lenin itself, I think there's a lot of gray there, because here is an individual who really was the exponent of the major revolution. And he talked about freedom and democracy. But at the same time, when he was meeting Emma Goldman, he says, freedom is a kind of a bourgeois luxury. We can't afford to give freedom now. What the peasants need is bread, for example, and wood. We have to really supply. And freedom has to be really kept in the back burner. And Goldman says, what a pity, because it is during the revolution itself that freedom has to be talked about. Not only she and her companion Alexander Berkman, but also Kropotkin, who belongs to a wonderful, great tradition, represented by Bakunin, and of course the Paris Commune of 1871. And we are celebrating the bicentenary of Paris Commune now. So what I'm trying to say is that both Goldman and M.N. Roy, they belong to a certain kind of a tradition. And it is a great misfortune that that tradition no longer exists. It doesn't exist in the West. It certainly doesn't exist in India. Because when he comes back to India, M.N. Roy, he is imprisoned in 1932 in the Kanpur conspiracy case. And he differs from Nehru and differs from Gandhiji also. And he establishes a party called the Radical Humanist Party. So he's nowhere because he is an independent-minded thinker. He doesn't belong to the Soviet socialist camp, because it is in 1929 that he escaped with his life, because he would have been really a victim during the great purge which was underway in Soviet Union itself. One such person who was not lucky was the brother of Sarojini Naidu, Virendra Chattopadhyay, who died, who just disappeared. It is only recently that we have come to know. It is because of the direct order of Joseph Stalin that Virendranath Chattopadhyay was executed. A great kind of a revolutionary and a wonderful thinker, as Rabindranath Tagore says there. Now I'll come, madam, just 5 minutes. I'll just share these two extracts, because what I have tried to do is to tell you, because yesterday somebody said that the preservation has to be neutral. I beg to really qualify. I think I would like to offer a caveat. I think an observer and a scholar of the post-colonial crime should not be neutral. He should be on the side of democracy. He should be on the side of dissidents, and dissidents which is really positive. It's not negative alone. When we are talking about anarchism, today the word anarchism has acquired a kind of a negative connotation. Anarchism means chaos and turmoil, but that is not how M.I. Goldman and Kropotkin and Bakunin and others had thought about. They had thought of a kind of a socialism which was based on freedom also. And I think it's important to remember, madam, you talked about the Indian perspective. In 1949, Sri Aurobindo wrote the book, The Ideal of Humanity. And then he added a postscript chapter because he did not have time. He said, I do not have time, because he was busy writing his magnum opus, Savitri. He added, and he regretted the onset of the Cold War. And he said in the postscript chapter about he is really casting his view and the vision regarding the world in the next 30, 40 years. And he said, what you find in the name of communism or Bolshevism is not communism. It is state socialism. It is like an ant-hill civilization. But mankind cannot really have that kind of an ant-hill civilization. Freedom is very important. Individual liberty is very important. And he says, there is no reason why socialism cannot move away from the grooves of state socialism or communism, for example. Communism can have a new birth. A cooperative kind of a socialism can come into being. And you would really, consider what I have been saying. The philosophy of Bakunin, the philosophy of Kropotkin, the philosophy of M.I. Goldman, and the radical humanism of M.N. Roy did talk about the cooperative movement. And I think the cooperative movement has its own kind of a say in the history of the human affairs. Finally, I'll just read out two paragraphs. One, M.N. Roy is a callow young man, 27. Yes, I'll just read out two small extracts, M.N. Roy. If you can just allow me, two small extracts. 5 minutes, madam. That will tell you. If you don't have time, I can stop. I can talk. Okay.
2 minutes.
2 minutes.
This is what I wanted to say. It's a pity that we don't see photos or any other visual aids. So
I'll just skip, and because I have read, I'll just I'll just speak from my mind. Madam, whatever you say, you just decide. You want me to share the extract? I will. You want me to just sum up? 2 minutes. 2 minutes.
2 minutes, yes.
2 minutes. 2 minutes. I'll just speak for 2 minutes. One is, when he goes, he is very impressed by Lenin's stature. Lenin's stature. Short, And of course, he says that, you must really go and talk to the Indian revolutionaries, and you must select three of them, Virendranath Chattopadhyay and some others. And M.N. Roy says, who am I to select? Let them select. And then he says, you must go. And Lenin says, we are not interested in starting a revolution, an armed revolution in the colonial kind of countries, colonized countries. The colonized countries must really come up with their own kind of an effort. And then he goes out of the meeting, and he has a telephonic conversation for the second time or the third time. And of course, he has a very fruitful meeting with the Comintern. That's the first meeting. And this is May of 1920. March of 1920, Emma Goldman and Alexander Berkman, her companion, they have a meeting. And this meeting, you can see that there is a meeting of two equal kind of individuals. And she asked this pointed question: why are you oppressing the anarchists? Because you believe in freedom. And why are you anarching? Why are you oppressing the anarchists, for example? Why is the secret police Cheka after them? And Lenin says, I have made a note and I will inform the people concerned. But he is very firm and categorical. And he says, we cannot afford to give freedom now to any of these groups. The freedom can come later on. So you saw that once, for example, if the seeds of tyranny are sown by Dzerzhinsky and later on by NKVD and the KGB, I think it was impossible to dismantle that kind of an apparatus. In the case of M.N. Roy, he's very impressed, and he goes, and in 1929, he realizes the real nature of the Soviet Union. And he says that you cannot have this kind of a tyranny. You must have freedom. So thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. But the main point I wanted to make is that we need to really, reclaim both of them, and the entire tradition, the diaries and the letters. I haven't got access to them. I do hope that our friends in Russia, the former Soviet Union, will have access to them, because whatever books I have read, which have been unearthed from the Soviet archives, they only relate to Stalin. They do not relate to the early days of the revolution in 1917. I think it's a pity for scholars like me. And I'm really looking for inputs and suggestions from our friends in Russia who are watching this program. Thank you, madam.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Mohante. That was a very interesting presentation on the memories of ethnic narratives of colonial era. And you also spoke about the tragic disappearance of memories of great personalities like Emma Goldman and M.N. Roy, as taken as the major focus of your presentation. And we look forward for your complete work, and hope that this deliberation helps you to get access with the archives there. Thank you very much. Now I invite Dr. Valery Kashin, leading research fellow, Center of Indian Studies, Institute of Oriental Studies, RAS, and she will be speaking on Kumbh Mela 2019 as stimulating for research activities.
Well, Kumbh Mela or a Kumbh Mela is a Hindu festival, a major pilgrimage, and the largest religious gathering in the world. It is celebrated 4 times in every 12 years at one of the pilgrimage destinations, Prayagraj, Haridwar, Nashik, and Ujjain. It is attended by millions of pilgrims and devotees from India as well as the world. The size and the scale of the event had led it to be included on the UNESCO Intangible Cultural Heritage. Now Kumbh Mela 2021 takes place from the 14th of January to the 27th of April in Haridwar. On the 22nd of February 2019, I participated in Art Kumbh Mela in Prayagraj as a member of the delegation presented by 188 countries. Our forum was named Global Participation. It was organized by Minister of External Affairs, Government of India, and Indian Council for Cultural Relations. The Kumbh Mela 2019 was distinguished with its dimensions, perfect organization, and worldwide presence. More than 500 cultural events were organized in 6 convention centers, as well as a museum of history, different exhibitions, cinemas, laser shows, etc. The Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Bhai Modi, greeted the participants of the Forum Global Participation in New Delhi. In his speech, Modi ji mentions the immense spiritual of the Ganga and Kumbh Mela and their openness to all cultures. He wished the festival to stay the monitor of progress in future. The Ganga impressed me with the clear water and clean banks, Kumbh Mela with cultural wealth, and India with its hospitality and achievements. My participation in Kumbh Mela 2019 inspired me to complete my work on the book Narendra Modi, the Leader of Modern India. Monograph is written in the genre of political portrait. Chapter 1 investigates the factor influencing of the personality of the Indian leader and his way from the party clerk to the general secretary of the Bharatiya Janata Party. In chapter 2, Narendra Modi is the chief minister of the state of Gujarat, the architect of the economical miracle and the Gujarat model of development. The contents of this chapter cover a wide range of events from the Godhra tragedy to the so-called Modi wife phenomenon and the BJP's victory in the parliamentary election 2014. Chapter 3 analyzes Narendra Modi's activities as Prime Minister of India, his leadership style, his priorities, and distinctive feature of his internal and external policies. The triumph of Narendra Modi and the BJP during the parliamentary election of 2019 is the final quote of the research. Narendra Modi has a charismatic personality. He has the image of the talented and energetic administrator, a tough and discerning politician, and an honest and principled leader. He won the heads of millions of Indians who seek bold, positive change. His India is a young and dynamic nation, striving to reach prosperity and the well-being without the dominance of bureaucracy, corruption, and free from the threat of terrorism. He frequently points out the special character of partnership between India and Russia, with relation between the two countries elevated to the high status of special and privileged strategic partnership. Narendra Modi considers the maintenance of unity and territorial integrity of the Republic of India, national security, overcoming poverty, and advancement of the economic reforms as the top priorities of his government. Programs and projects initiated by Prime Minister Modi generally define the ways of shaping the new, powerful, and developed India. His most ambitious program is the Make in India. The most popular one is Swachh Bharat, and the most controversial one is demonetization. The Prime Minister is the force behind India's new external doctrine, known as Act East. In his international activities, Narendra Modi highlights pragmatism at the service of India's national interest. The illustration of this book have been kindly provided by Dr. Shyama Prasad Mukherjee Research Foundation and the Embassy of Republic of India in Moscow. Some photographs come from the Kemka family and person photo collection. You can see this book, Modi, Leader of Contemporary India, Portrait, Narendra Modi, Contents, Abbreviation, Preface, and many color photos, different photos. Narendra Modi is the Prime Minister of India and Vladimir Putin, President of the Russian Federation. Chapter 1. At the beginning of every chapter, you can see the poems by Narendra Modi, my translation from the English into Russian. For example, горжусь, что родился индусом, оттого представляю себя огромным океаном. Моя вера утешает и согревает теплом преданности, не требуя жертв от других. Где воды Нармады текут словно кровь, я припадаю росинкой к цветку. Горжусь, что родился индус. Облака, галактики, планеты и постигать многообразие. Мой путь не узкая тропа сектанта. Горжусь, что родился индусом. Нарендра Моди. And photos Far East Economic Forum in Vladivostok. Narendra Modi is speaking in Vladivostok. Narendra Modi and Vladimir Putin. Vladimir Putin and Narendra Modi conclusion. Notes, bibliography, index, and English summary. And now some bit of the text of this book. Автор книги дважды был гостем Гуджарата в период пребывания Нарендра Моди на посту главного министра этого штата. Несмотря на декабрь в 2010 году, Гуджарат встретил меня летним зноем. Крупнейший мегаполис штата Ахмедабад запомнился широкими проспектами, четкими контурами конструкций и пластика и бетона и торгово-развлекательными комплексами Тата. В отличие от Дели и Мумбаи, здесь на каждом шагу кипела деловая жизнь. Все жители казались представителями среднего класса. Даже в общественном транспорте они поспешно раскрывали ноутбуки и живо обсуждали биржевые котировки и курсы акций. По дороге в административный центр Гуджарата Гандинагар внимание привлекла полноводная река, питающая окрестные поля. Мне объяснили, что это канал, построенный несколько лет назад. На въезде в Гандинагар меня приветствовал портрет человека, чья крепкая хозяйская рука и железная воля в короткий срок превратили западный приграничный регион в лидера экономического развития. Нарендра Моди, главный министр штата и герой Гуджарата, энергично убеждал с плаката в преимуществах выбранного пути и призывал наращивать достигнутые показатели. Через 2 года в Гуджарате проходили очередные выборы в легислатуру. Я с нетерпением ждал
Валерий
этого.
Петрович,
Да.
Валерий Петрович, извините, я вынуждена вас прервать. У нас рабочий язык английский, поэтому такие долгие...
Хорошо.
Да, спасибо большое.
Okay. Thanks a lot.
Please conclude.
Please continue in English.
I'm finished my speech and now I hear you.
Just you can make a conclusion.
Yes, thanks.
Conclude, please. Yes.
I'm sorry to interrupt Professor Kashan, because we decided that the working language is English, and I'm sorry for interrupting you, Professor, but please make a conclusion of your speech.
Is he going to conclude?
Professor, you can say a few words in English just to summarize your talk. We'll wait for your, yes.
It is very difficult for me to translate all this text.
No problem, you can just summarize few words.
This text is devoted to my visit in Gujarat. I visited Gujarat 2 times in 2010 and 2012. It is very important events in Gujarat and for Mr. Modi because this is election in legislature legislature, and I see what the political climate in Gujarat in this period. And it is very important for me to study this situation, because this is a reality Indian policy for me. And this is a really political struggle for me. And I took this material for my research and for finished my book.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay.
So, yeah, you presented your paper on Kumbh Mela and how it is the source for cultural research, and also your report and the book that you have written, an interesting book on our Prime Minister Narendra Modi. We look forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you for you. Thank you.
Now I request the third speaker, Dr. Sharda Srinivasan, Professor, National Institute of Advanced Studies, Bangalore. She is the one who is working, bringing art and science on a platform. It's a rare field of study that she has undertaken successfully, and how she is also an artist, a dancer herself, and she has taken it how dance and archaeometry can be combined in one particular field as culture. So it comes under culture. I request Sharda Srinivasan to present her paper on Chola bronzes, archaeometry in the preservation of cultural heritage. Sharda, please.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Professor Chudamani, ma'am. It's a great pleasure to be on this program. I think it's, I have a sign here that the host has stopped my video. Could they put it on, or otherwise I can just speak as it is? So I'm not able to start my video since the host has stopped it, is it? Can they put my video?
Hold on, please. I'm checking. Checking.
Yeah, thanks.
Could you try it again?
Yeah, it's still not coming, the video. Anyway, it doesn't matter, I suppose, because I have mostly slides to show. But anyway, it would have been nice to greet you all.
No, just start. Yeah. I will try to settle this problem. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, sure. So I'm very grateful for this opportunity to speak for the seminar of the Indian Council for ICCSR and ICSSR and the Russian Academy for Sciences. And thanks also to Professor Chudamani, the chair. And it was good also yesterday to have heard some of the colleagues who I've collaborated with, such as Molly Kaushal from IGNC and so on. I will proceed to share my screen and take it from there. Yeah. Is my screen visible, please?
Yes, yes, it is visible.
Okay, and you can hear me, right? So, yeah. So, the topic of my presentation today, the Chola bronzes, and particularly the Nataraja bronze of the Hindu dancing god Shiva, is one of the very important artistic emblems from the Indian subcontinent. And it is in a way a great emblem of the confluence of art and science and also dance and performance. And this is also in an era that precedes the Renaissance in a way. And so my background has been, of course, partly as a scientist trying to study the manufacturing technology of these bronzes and the history of technology. But I've also been, of course, interested in the background behind this iconography in terms of the tradition of celebrating dance, and of course the connection with the human and the divine, and the aspect also of the devotional poetry and such like. And I felt it was particularly apt to present this also in this conference to do with the Indo-Russian conference, because of course Russia is another country which has had such a great tradition of performing arts and dance, which is of a classical ballet and so on, of a very high artistic order. And of course, traditionally the Indian dance tradition was associated with the temples, and so there are also the connections with the temple sculpture, and the hereditary community of dancers known as the Sadir performance were still attached to a lot of Hindu temples, especially in South India in the 19th century. And they were also very accomplished women, and well-read, and sang and danced and wrote and so on. And of course, in the 19th century, through various factors also, there was a lot of marginalization of this community, and it fell into disrepute. And there's a great story also here of the role of the cultural encounters with Russia. There was a legendary encounter between two great cultural icons, Rukmini Devi Arundel, well-known dancer and cultural activist, and Anna Pavlova, the celebrated Russian ballerina. And Rukmini Arundel, of course, was also part of the Theosophical movement, which had been founded by the Russian Madame Blavatsky in 1875. And it was when she was traveling on a ship with Anna Pavlova that she learned ballet from the troupe. And it was Anna Pavlova who suggested to her to take up the cause of reviving Indian dance traditions, which she then did by setting up the well-known dance school. And in a way that reconstituted the Sadir dance form and made it more widely accessible to the broader communities and so on. And a lot of the innovations that she made, including having the Nataraja on the proscenium stage and so on, has been part of that legacy. Well, the celebrated Brihadishwara temple of the 11th century, built by Rajaraja Choran in 1010 CE, is one of the great repositories which had beautiful examples of sculptures and bronzes. And according to inscriptions, it had about 60 metal icons which were dedicated to the temple. Of course, the main image in the sanctum was the aniconic lingam, the cosmic pillar, and it was the anthropomorphic image of the various deities which were taken around in procession, including the depiction of Shiva as Nataraja, where he is, which celebrates the cosmic dance of creation and destruction, as it's often described. And Adavalan, as he's known in Tamil, was the Kula Devata, or the family deities of the Cholas. And these images were intended to be taken around in procession, or Utsava Murtis. Now, few of these were actually inscribed because these are major deities. And there have been continuing traditions over many years. And that is also why there was relevance for the technical investigations to try and see how we can use technical analysis and the discipline of archaeometry, or the scientific study of artifacts, to help to better characterize and fingerprint them. Because there have also been numerous cases where there has been illicit trafficking of images and so on, and they've found their ways into numerous collections, being in a way illegally taken away sometimes from temples and so on. And you're looking at one of the bronzes of the Velankani Nataraja in the Government Museum, Chennai, which I had analyzed using various techniques such as the inductively coupled plasma optical emission spectroscopy, and it is found to have about 5% lead and 4% tin. And of course, such sculptural depictions are also to be found on the walls of various temples and so on. And the process of making the images by the lost wax tradition is one of the great intangible heritage practices also of the Tanjavur Delta, where the alluvial clay of the Kaveri was used to make the molding materials, and the image or the model of the image to be cast was first made in wax and then covered in numerous layers of clay, and then the wax is expelled and the molten metal is poured into it. And this tradition was also referred to in numerous artistic treatises, such as the Madhuchesta Vidhana, which is the lost wax casting technique, the description of the lost wax casting technique, which is described in various Shilpa texts, such as the Manasollasa and Manasara and so on. And you're looking at the celebrated workshop of the Sthapatis in Swami Malai, still making these icons. So to briefly describe, as I said, there is a wax model. In this case, it is a solid icon which is made. And so there is a solid piece of wax first carved in the shape of the image and then covered with numerous layers of the alluvial clay. And then the mold is heated and the wax is expelled and the metal is poured in. And there is also a lovely metaphorical reference to the casting process in the Tamil poetry of Andal, the mystic woman saint of the 9th century, who was a devotee of Vishnu. And in the Nachiyar Tirumori, she likens the downpour of rain from clouds to the metaphor of the release of wax from the mold in the process of casting the image, and so on. And it is also thought that the Nataraja image came more prominently into vogue under the patronage of the celebrated Queen Sembian Mahadevi, who was widowed quite early but went on to dedicate numerous temples and bronzes. And in fact, there is also an inscription from the temple in Aditharai which mentions that numerous artisans communities, including bronze workers and the Kamalar and so on, were supported by her at the temple. And that temple also has a stone sculptural image of the earlier part of the 10th century. And it also has some images which are still in worship in the temple. And one interesting aspect is that when we attempt to date these icons, we usually try and do it by comparison to the styles in the stone temples, but then there are problems there with the dating, which I'll come on to. Well, it was the celebrated art historian Ananda Kumaraswamy who brought the Nataraja images to prominence when he wrote of the Panchakritya, or the 5 activities of Shiva, from the 13th century Tamil Shaiva Siddhanta text. And he talked about the balance of creation and destruction depicted by the drum of creation and the fire of destruction and the cycles of cosmic perpetual creation and destruction as depicted by the encircling Prabhavali, or circle of fire. And this image, which I had analyzed by ICP OES, had 8% tin and 8% lead. So these are essentially leaded bronzes. And of course, as Professor Chudamani would know, there are numerous bronzes which are still in the temple collections. There's a lot of need to actually inventorize and study and document many of these artifacts which would just languish and not be properly documented for posterity. So the discipline of archaeometallurgy, of course, also concerns itself with the identification of the ore sources and sometimes the attribution of the provenance and so on can be helped by identifying using metallurgical techniques, the provenance of the ore sources and so on. And just to give an example, of course, there is quite an early tradition of mining and metallurgy in southern India also. At least here we are seeing some remnants from the Shatavahana period of the 1st century, where there is this old working in Ingaldal, which also had some carbon dates corresponding to the early historic Shatavahana period, and it had been worked by fire setting. And this is some of the slag or the metallurgical debris which is found along with the Shatavahana pottery. And we had done analysis such as of course, optical microscopy and also electron microscopy and EPMA analysis and so on to look at the remnants of the metal and so on, the copper remnants and the slag and such like. One of the techniques which I had used quite successfully in the study of the South Indian bronzes is what is known as lead isotope analysis. And this is a useful technique because the lead isotope ratios of different leaded artifacts can vary discretely depending on the source of lead. And so this can, if the source of lead has a good match with the isotopic ratios of the artifact, then you can actually identify the ore sources. But it can also help to provide clustering of artifacts which may have been mined from similar ores and at similar times, even if you cannot exactly pinpoint the air source. So I had undertaken lead isotope analysis of about some 60 images using thermal ionization mass spectroscopy from various collections such as the Government Museum, Chennai, and Victoria and Albert Museum, London. And typically, as you can see, this is a Santinatha or Jain Tirthankara, a spiritual teacher of the 12th century in the V&A. And this matched the lead isotope ratios for Ambaji in Gujarat. And this image also had 24% zinc in it. So it's a brass image. And in some cases, you can identify the sources quite accurately. And it's also found that this Buddha from Kanchipuram in Tamil Nadu also had lead isotope ratios of this ore deposit with 21% zinc, and it's also fingerprinted to the 13th century. So this source of zinc and brass seems to have also been prevalent in this part of the world too. When we look at a more exploded plot of the group of South Indian bronzes which had been analyzed, one can see that it resolves into these smaller clusters. Because although one could not identify the ore sources for a lot of the bronzes, because in some cases that's not possible because we don't have exhaustive lead isotope ratio data also for the Indian subcontinent, apart from other sources perhaps in Asia and so on. Though a lot of the known sources for which there is lead isotope data was excluded, such as in Europe and China and so on. So there seem to be some so far not very well identified sources probably in the subcontinent area. And so one interesting aspect was that in terms of the stylistic classification of these artifacts, because being metal artifacts, of course, you cannot use techniques that you might use for dating where you have material which is organic in nature, such as carbon dating and so on. So this relative dating using lead isotope analysis proved useful. And one important finding was the 10th century Chola bronzes had a very distinctive lead isotope profile and the cluster from the later bronzes, such as the Vijayanagara bronzes of about the 14th century or so. And quite often there are problems in telling apart early and later bronzes. And to give some examples of some typical Chola bronzes which were sampled and analyzed to this period, there is this Nidur Parvati, which had 12% tin and 8% lead. And in style also, she's quite similar to one of the very rare inscribed Chola bronzes of Shivakami of 917, which is of the Parantaka Chola era. And as I was mentioning, amongst the Vijayanagara bronzes which had been analyzed, one of them was this Rama image from the Victoria and Albert Museum, which very well fitted the technical fingerprints of the Vijayanagara group as, distinct from the Chola group. And stylistically also it is a Vijayanagara era bronze. And of course the Rama images also can be connected with the worship of Rama more prominently under the Vijayanagara period, such as at the Ramachandra temple in Hampi of the 15th century built by Devaraya. And there is also a frieze here of Rama, Sita and Lakshmana, which also has a similar depiction of Rama with the bow as an archer. And this image also had about 21% zinc. So this is a brass image. So there is a transition. There's more of bronze in the earlier period and more of use of brass in the later period. And yesterday, my colleague, Dr. Anupama also spoke of the Ramachandra temple, which had been 3D printed and laser scanned, and there was an augmented reality tour in the India Digital Heritage exhibition at the National Museum, and you can see here the model of this temple. And as part of this digital Hampi effort also, we had also undertaken a laser scanning of this well-known monument, which is in Hampi, the colossal image of Narasimha, who is also one of the avatars or one of the incarnations of Vishnu. Rama was also one of the incarnations of Vishnu, the god who's associated more with preservation, as opposed to Shiva, who's associated more with forces of destruction. And here, as you see in this Narasimha image, which depicts the man-lion incarnation of Vishnu, you can see from the laser scanning that it helps to pick out some features which may not be that easily obvious. Of course, this image also suffered a lot of damage under the sack of Talikota in 1526 by the Bahmani sultans, and the image of Lakshmi had been broken, and you can see the arm there. And just for comparison, this is one of the images which I had analyzed using ICP analysis.
Hello. Hello.
Again, be a low-leaded tin bronze, and
hello, Sharda, you are not.
That fitted the fingerprints for the Vijayanagara group, but it gives you an idea. Yes. Huh? Hello. Yes. Hello.
Yes. Yes.
Not
from time to time you are losing signal, and we don't.
I see. Is this better? I've taken off my.
It's okay.
Head now.
Now it's okay.
Hello. Now. Okay. Maybe the headphone was not a good idea. Okay. Sorry. Yeah. So this was the image from Hampi of the colossal man-lion incarnation of Vishnu, and which we had looked at by laser scanning under the Digital Hampi project. And I also wanted to point the similarities to this Bhuvaraha image, which had also been fingerprinted to the Vijayanagara period. I'll quickly run through some more examples. We had also identified some early historic images from southern India. This was a Yakshi image, which was in the Victor and Albert Museum, which we did not know whether it is a Kushan period Yakshi of the first century or so, or if it might be from southern India and so on. But this fitted both the technical fingerprints and lead isotope ratios of the bronzes from the early historic period from South India. And if you look at the depiction also, you see that there is a similar depiction, for instance, in Arikamedu in 1st century Indo-Roman site.
Hello. Hello.
Not audible again.
Not audible again. Some problem with the signal.
But hold on.
Hello, Sharda. No. Hello. Hello, Sharda.
Perhaps somebody can contact her. Dr. Shrotri, are you here? Yeah, unfortunately, I think we lost this speaker. I will try to contact her by chat, but if she doesn't have signal, I think she will not find my message.
Just a minute, I'm calling her.
Mm-hmm.
No, it's not picking.
And before I conclude, I just had 2 slides, which one was about, I had a call from Ms. Churamani. Is there a problem, ma'am? Hello?
Signal is there. Hello, you
Signal
are not.
Hello? Yes?
Yeah, Sharda, you continue.
Yeah? Hello?
Continue.
Yeah, okay, fine.
Continue.
Yeah. So, and as I was mentioning at Chidambaram, the images worshipped both as the Akashalingam and the anthropomorphic form, the dancing image. And in a way, there's been so much of writing by numerous thinkers and philosophers around the world. Rodin also wrote an essay, La Danse de Shiva. And I just wanted to also mention a connection here again with Russia, where the image of Nataraja inspired a Swiss sculptor, of course, to create this artwork known as the Cosmic Dancer. And the Nataraja, the locks of the Nataraja also create this sense of weightlessness and so on. And this sculpture was actually taken up in the Mir space station, and it was there floating around with the astronauts of the Mir space station. And then it also went down with the satellite, of course, when it went down. I wanted to make one point about some interesting areas for collaboration with the Russia in terms of scientific analysis before I conclude. Of course, the Chola bronzes and so on, which I had been talking about, many of them, as you saw, were either low-leaded cast bronzes or brasses, where the tin content typically is less than about 15% tin. But what happens when you keep adding higher amounts of tin is that bronze becomes more brittle, and normally it's not very suitable for casting, as seen in this Thai example of an as-cast bronze with 22% tin, which has a lot of the hands and all that broken off. And so very sensibly in the Chola images, they were not using tin beyond 15%. However, there's a long-standing tradition of using bronze of a high tin content, particularly optimizing the presence of bronze of 23% tin, where at a high temperature, you get the formation of this plastic beta phase. And at this composition and this temperature range, 23% tin bronze can be worked quite extensively, hot forged, and then it is quenched. And when it is quenched, you retain the martensitic needles of beta phase and the alpha islands. And this is a very rare class of alloys, but already in India, in peninsular India in particular, and in South India, they seem to have been mastering the use of these beta bronzes quite early on. And there are several such finds that I've been making also from megalithic sites and Iron Age sites, such as Adichanallur. And it's also a living tradition, as you can see here, the hot forging and then quenching and so on, and numerous vessels like this is still being made. And interestingly, there was a publication by Ravitch, which I've seen about some finds of Samartian bronzes and so on, probably from about the 5th century or so. Of course, some of these megalithic vessels may go back to about the 8th century or so. So it would be interesting to also look some more at the early material going back to this Iron Age and the comparisons with Russian material and so on. So that is a suggestion for future direction. And with that, I'll conclude and just point to some publications, and also many thanks for your kind hearing, and to all the many agencies who have supported me. So thank you, and I'll stop sharing there now.
Yeah. Thank you.
I hope I didn't exceed my time, Chudamani ji.
No, you are fine. Because of those technical problems, otherwise it's fine.
Yeah. Okay. I'm sorry about that. Yeah. Okay. I should now come out of this, right? Have I come out of it? Yeah.
Yes.
Can you see me now?
Yeah. Yeah. That was an interesting paper of Dr. Sharda Srinivasan. She had drawn our attention on the 11th century bronze tradition, that is icon of Nataraja from India. And she also connected well with Indian dancer Rukmini Arundale with the Russian ballerina Anna Pavlova. We have great respect for her, ballerina. To give you one cite an example, that in 16th century, one Kannada poet writes about the swan, dance form, where you see that, how the Swan Lake was created, and the same way how Anna used her movements and other things, we can see in the narration of that poet. It was very interesting who, visualized this kind of, dance form in 16th century itself. And also it is, Sharda's connection between Indian tradition of bronze casting and the technique of archaeometry, which is so fascinating the way she has brought. I think her last point she made, the collaboration between the Russian, early bronzes and the technique and other things, and Indian, of course, she has already well versed with that. It will be an interesting, work which we look forward. Thank you, Sharda. And we can go to next speaker, Dr. Safrali Shoma Khomdo. She is a senior researcher of the laboratory of the Institute of Oriental Manuscripts. She's the speaker is speaking on the 6 earthquakes according to Buddhist practices. I invite you present, please.
Thank you. Dear colleagues, I shall try to be short, of course. And can you see my presentation? No?
Yes.
Yes, okay, nicely. Okay. Dear colleagues, let me introduce one of many particular aspects of the preservation of cultural heritage of India, because it's well known that cultural heritage is not only the preservation and the restoration of some artifacts, that also is very important, but cultural heritage is only the preservation of spiritual and intellectual heritage that based on the correct understanding of ideas and philosophical systems of India. So-called 6 earthquakes are mentioned in many Buddhist canonical texts, and here you can see the very little number of them. For example, the 3rd chapter of Amitabha Sutra that incorporated in so-called threefold Lotus Sutra has a mention on earthquake, earth shaking only, without any detailization, and it's typical for many Buddhist canonical texts. But here you can see the fragment of larger Prajnaparamita Sutra in Edward Conze translation. And for example, Panchavimshati Sahasrika Prajnaparamita Sutra has a similar fragment with a more detailed description of these 6 earthquakes. And today, let me introduce 3 attempts of the interpretation of these 6 earthquakes. First of them is the interpretation of these tremblings as statuses of Buddhist ascetics. Here you can see 6 statuses of Buddhist ascetics according to 6 earthquakes. Another variant of the interpretation. And let us turn to the treatise of the famous Buddhist philosopher Vasubandhu, Encyclopedia of Abhidharma, namely to the 6th chapter of this treatise, the teaching on the path of noble person. In this case, 6 earthquakes can be interpreted as 6 substages of 3 main stages of the path of noble person. Here you can see 3 main stages that have, and each of them has 2 substages. And finally, the 3rd variant of the interpretation of 6 earthquakes. Here you can see the list of 6 earthquakes according to the great volume of precise understanding or essential etymology, Mahavyutpati. Each of them has 3 subvariants. These three subvariants, I think, symbolize three levels of the intensity of religious practice, weak, medium, and strong accordingly. According to the mentioned above Encyclopedia of Abhidharma, the Kampita state is the characteristic of the consciousness that is in the first three mental concentrations, dhyanas. These dhyanas are characterized by the constant moving of mind, because of ascetic in these dhyanas are not free completely from mental afflictions. In the Chalita state, the ascetic obtains so-called four roots of good, namely heat, samits, patience, and supreme worldly dharmas. The ascetic, passing to the next after the supreme world dharmas level of practice, enters to the supermundan path, losing the previous qualities of an ordinary person, Prithak Jana, and becoming the noble, Arya. Therefore, this type of earth shaking is characterized as loss of previous qualities. Vasubandhu characterizes the penetration, nirvedha, as a mental distinction and absolutely true insight. The good of penetration, nirvedha bhagya, is distincted into three spiritual families, gotras, Shravakas, Buddhas, and Pratyeka Buddhas. Shravakas follow the noble path of seeing the truth, which like a sharp knife cut off afflictions. The resolution of Shravakas in their fight with afflictions leads to the attain of pure wisdom. Their good of penetration is the attaining of four roots of good. The resolution of Buddhas is they obtain in states, heat, and summits, practice the six perfections, paramitas. Their good of penetration is they act for the sake of benefit of others and see in it the benefit for themselves. Pratyeka Buddhas attaining the first three root of goods are fulfilled of the resolution to obtain the enlightenment singly. This is the good of penetration of them. I think it's very interesting that Tibetan equivalent of Sanskrit term Rana, Nyon Monk Pam Tap Pam, combines both meaning of the Sanskrit original, of this and this. In this case, Rana means the disconnection of mind and afflictions. The ascetic who has accomplished the practice absolutely, that is to say, he is Vyakula, including previous and actual stages, is ready to change, Vikarya. That means the transition to the higher, last stage, that is to say, he is Vibhrama or Upayasa. This ascetic is Arhat, who by means of practice of uninterrupted ways and ways of liberation has destroyed all afflictions. And final quake, Gajita or Gaja, I think symbolizes the Buddha's epithet, and of course symbolizes the final stage on the path to Nirvana. Really, my dear colleagues, that's all. Sorry for this short presentation, and thank you for your kind attention. Thank you.
Thank you. This is also an interesting way of looking at how the earthquake and their effects, and they are related to Buddhist austerity and practices. We have also seen that, our epics, Ramayana and Mahabharata, in that, they have, scientists have tried to analyze the happening of eclipse, and which has helped in many ways dating these, epics also. But what is interesting in your presentation, you have not gone to earthquake as proper, but you are using the effects of earthquake and how the practices of the Buddhist practices and austerity can be connected to earthquake effects like Garjita, Kampita, and all those terminology and the effect of that. It's a very interesting way that you have presented, and you can explore more in this field and bring out more interesting papers and publication also. I wish you the same. Thank you. Thank you very much. Let's go to the next paper presentation by Professor Anupa Pandey. She is a professor and head Department of History of Art and Dean of the National Museum of History of Art, Conservation and Museology, New Delhi. Dr. Pandey would be speaking on interpretations and conservation as a road for cultural conservation. Please, Dr. Pandey, you can start your presentation.
Namaste. Good afternoon to everyone, Dr. Nandagopal and all other scholars gathered here. I would just like to correct my introduction a little bit. I used to be the dean, but currently I am director and pro-vice chancellor of the National Museum Institute of History of Art, Conservation and Museology. I would be speaking, it is not a presentation with a PowerPoint, but my own observations on the interface of conservation and the history of art and the art discipline, which is very necessary to bring attention upon. So I would be speaking very briefly to you on the interpretation and conservation of cultural heritage. And I have a slightly different perspective here, where art historical interpretation and conservation work together in an integrated and holistic approach. See, the process of conservation is a complicated one. It is not just a hands-on process of merely scaffolding or building or applying chemical on painting to clean them. It is not just as thought about or only about materials, methods, and techniques. It is not just a tangible process of renovation of an edifice or an art object. We are talking about the conservation of art objects and buildings that are hundreds of years old. So we have to take cognizance of this fact, to reflect upon it and comprehend it, and all the intangible knowledge about the art object or building before we even put our hands on the tangible process of renovation. What is the form of this art object? What is the style of the architectural molding of the edifice? What is its essence? What is its symbolism? What is its iconographic program? What is the narrative that the sculptor, the architect, or the painter wanted to convey? It is an object or building in specific historical space and time. So in reading its text and subtext, it has to be placed in its socio-historical, temporal, and cultural context. What are the relevant original texts, documents, archaeological materials needed to understand that. Because without comprehending all this, without understanding the antiquity in its context, we cannot even think of restoring it. The art historical interpretation, decoding, and placing the antiquity in its proper socio-historical, cultural, temporal context, I think is a prerequisite to conserving it, because you just can't jump straight to conservation as has become the practice these days. In fact, this is mandatory, the art historical interpretation prior to the conservation. I would briefly speak on 2 or 3 such cases of aesthetic, iconographic, socio-cultural interpretation of archaeological sites, paintings, and sculptures that I have been involved in. The first site that I speak of is of Bagh. For our foreign friends here, I would like to say that Bagh is in central India, near a city called Indore. And it is a site like Ajanta. These are Buddhist caves excavated from the rock and painted upon. But unfortunately, unlike Ajanta, they did not receive much attention. It is not that they are lesser in quality. There are 2 reasons for it. First, it is a much smaller site. Instead of 30 caves, there are 9 caves there. And then secondly, that it is not well preserved. I would like to say in the early 20th century, it was in not too bad a state of conservation. Up to 100 years back, there was heavy forest cover on the caves. Unfortunately, it was thought that this forest cover is too much pressure and destroying the pillars and the paintings of the cave. They started removing the forest cover, and with the result that all water started percolating down the caves and they started destroying the paintings and the pillars. So when I visited the caves in the last decade of the 20th century, I worked on them for at least 4 to 5 years. There was precious little that remained. There were some paintings of the Buddhas, the Bodhisattvas, some narrative panels, ceiling decorations, but little in number. There was one particular panel that I would like to draw out, especially Dr. Nandagopal. She's an art historian, I know. And it was a very important panel which drew my attention. And there was a sequential panel of narratives there that was quite prominent, but in a faded condition. It had never been deciphered or interpreted. Not even historians like Marshall and Fogel could decode the story or the Jatak that it depicted. I decoded it to be the Nanda Sundari Avdan. This is a story of Sundari and the Nand, the younger brother of Buddha, and how he renounces the world. This is based on an original Buddhist text called Saundaranand of the 1st century, written by Ashwaghosh. I have argued each panel on the basis of the text, and there is amazing, you will be surprised, amazing text-image relationship. Because I could argue on the basis of the Sanskrit text, I have quoted long passages. And it was wonderful, the text-image relationship. In one case, I will point out to you, in the photographs that were there 100 years back, there were pigeons on the eaves of the palace. And this was there in the photographs of Marshall. The pigeons are a small element, but they are very crucial to the iconography. And I have argued that they're symbolic, their mourning is symbolic of the lamentation of Sundari. But in a later conservation work, the conservator probably did not understand it. He just removed the pigeons from there and colored the whole background green, merged it with the background. According to me as an art historian, an important element of iconography had been removed from the narrative. You cannot conserve like this. To understand the entire iconography is essential to conservation. The paintings earlier at the site had not been deciphered. That is why they were not highlighted. I am happy to say that at the end of the 20th century, after art historical interpretation, the site received attention from the community and also by the conservators. The paintings which were getting destroyed earlier were removed physically from the walls by the Italian method, and a site museum for the paintings was set up. The second site I would like to talk about is an archaeological site of a Hindu temple, that is a Shiva temple, Shiv temple of Udayeshwar in not in a, of course, not in a pristine condition, but the shikhar or the spire is shikhar or the an internet connection. The shikhar or the spire was in a fairly good condition. Though there are many temple studies, but the details of this temple had not been studied. It took me one whole decade to unravel and decode the iconography of this temple. And I studied the iconography of each major god or goddess, the minor gods and goddesses, identification of the planetary deities, their placement, and the entire iconographic programming of these sculptures, the ceiling sculptures, all of it. I have deciphered and identified each architectural molding. I worked upon the religious philosophical context of Shaivism and drawing extensively from original Shaiv texts, from the Shaivagams. I worked for 10 years on the Shaivagams, that is original Shaiv sculptures, and the Shilp Shastras. These are canonical texts for the technicalities of architecture, sculpture, and painting. And I managed to photo document the whole temple with a reference to its iconographic program. This was a way for me to bring forth to the world the importance of the temple and the entire gamut of intangible knowledge of the temple that is a prerequisite to conserving it. In the last instance, I will say that, in fact, I have both the books. Can you just pass me that? I will just show you the, just show me the Bagh one. This is the book on the Bagh temples, Bagh caves. Ye dikh raha pura? On the Bagh caves. And this was the book that I published for the Udayeshwar temple. Then in the last instance, I will say that for the past 5-6 years, we have been reaching out to Southeast Asia, particularly to Vietnam, to work on the charm, or what I think, the Champa sculptures. It is true that a lot of people and UNESCO have worked on Southeast Asia and also charm sculptures. However, I would like to give the metaphor of a banyan tree. Both Hinduism and Buddhism are like a large banyan tree. They have their roots in India, but they have spread their branches all over Southeast Asia. So it is like a huge pan-Asian thing. And Buddhism, in fact, even went to Central Asia also. I thought it was our duty to bring about the interface between India and charm sculptures. If you see the charm sculptures, actually, it is amazing how both on iconographic and iconoplastic terms, they have a strong interface with India. Fortunately, I am fluent in Sanskrit, Prakrit, and Pali. And I worked along with my department on the original scriptures of Buddhism and Hinduism to decipher the iconography. And again, I don't know how, I wish I could had enough time to show you, but there was an amazing text-image relationship. Sometimes I felt that even more with than Indian sculptures. Of course, they also had indigenous elements, which also we have fully highlighted and taken into consideration. This was I would like to say, an amazing interface between the two countries. And in our way, we have done the cultural conservation by bridging the cultural gap between the two countries and conserving the knowledge of charm sculptures. I will not speak much. I know the chair has a very tough duty of managing so many people, but I will conclude only by saying some relevant words, that the process of conservation, I feel, is necessarily interdisciplinary. First is the art historical interpretation and analysis, and thereafter the knowledge gained gives the hands-on training to conservation and restoration, and thus they go together. I would like to give the analogy of like they are like the body and soul together. You cannot restore the outward body without restoring the breath and the soul in it. Similarly, the soul requires a body to reside in. The outward frame of an edifice or sculpture or painting embodies with them the entire narrative that needs to be interpreted and decoded prior to its sculpture. That is all. Thank you. Thank you for giving me the opportunity. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Pandey. That was a brilliant presentation, and we could see how continuously you are working in this particular area of art historical interpretation and the conservation.
Thank you.
You are very right in bringing the critical appreciation of the conservation. Without art historical, as you mentioned, intangible knowledge and is so important before the conservation, knowing the intangible part of it, without which the conservation will really take away the soul of what was existing. So in that way, your presentation has highlighted many aspects of conservation. No doubt we need, that is what is happening. But before that, how important is art historical interpretation, narratives, understanding the site in holistic way, and then start the conservation. And of course, art historians will be always supporting the people who are working on the conservation. So sometimes earlier they used to be consulted regularly, but of late we see that that the conservators and the people feel that it's not that important to consult them. But for the sake of cultural preservation and heritage, all of us have to go together and work for this.
Yes. Thank you so much.
Analogy are of great use, Professor Pandey. Very interesting.
I just like to show, if the permission of the chair, the latest book on Southeast Asian charm sculptures, which we have done in, and there is, I got a mail from the Clark's Institute. In fact, they're working a whole seminar on exactly this point, that earlier art historians and conservators used to work together. But from the past many years, they are working not in tandem, but separately. And there are at least 50 speakers from all over the world speaking on it. So I was very happy that to introduce this point of view here also, that we must work in tandem with each other and not divorce from each other. That's all. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I request the last
unmute karo.
Session. Professor Svetlana. the leading research fellow, Institute of Ethnology and Anthropology, RAS, and member of Indian Anthropological Society, member of European Association of Social Anthropologists. Svetlana will be speaking on ethnographic heritage museums in India and Russia, theory and practice.
Namaskar. A very good afternoon to all participants, and I'm very happy to meet our respected chairperson, chairman, Chudamani Nandagopal, after 6 or 7 years, because we met in Bangalore once upon a time and discussed the very same issue of preserving of dance, or just thinking about the classical dance of Karnataka. So I keep such a dear memory about that time. So let me share my screen with you, and I want to little bit little bit introduce myself, just saying that I have 2 educations. So one is artistic ones. I am a Kathak dancer, and so my Guruji is Rajendra Kumar Gangani from Kathak Kendra, Delhi. So I have this kind of education, and then I'm ethnographer. So the second one is the field work, which is my basic things what I'm doing in India last 25 years. And today I want to, of course, to share with you my experience in India, because always being in field work, I collected a lot of artifacts, bringing it to Moscow, and I just want to I want to say that apart from a huge things like a Chola bronze or like very important architectural things, we have a very small and tender and elusive things that sometimes been losing with the way of life. So what is interesting to do is just to keep this kind of paraphernalia or ephemeria, like a subject of shola things, so made with wooden or paper help, but nevertheless they have quite important issues in ethnographic and way of life, and they are full of meaning, they are full of history, and they are also connected with a very simple people, you know, like in villages, and it has the meaning of its own. So this is a collection brought by me from North Bengal, and now it's just donated to the Ethnographical Museum in our institute. So another thing is the costumes. So with the help of my dear colleagues, my resource persons, and people whom I met in India all over the years, I collected maybe 200 of different costumes, locally made, produced by ladies in the villages. And here you can see, you know, the costumes from Northeast India, like a Toto, Twipra, Rajbanshi, Meithei. So these things is also exist in Moscow. But what is important things, not only to preserve, but also to give a story, because behind each of the stuff, each of the costume, there is a particular person with his own narrative, own stories, and this is also very interesting. So not only to preserve the cultural heritage, but also to remember what is behind that, and behind is the daily life, behind maybe family stories. So I quite often travel to Northeast India, and in Kohima, I usually stay in the Heritage Hotel. So now I want to say that the very term heritage could be discovered in India as an application for very different realities: historic, ethnographic, artistic objects, and cultural skills. But also always it's a blend of place to stay, place to see, place to think about, place to maybe perform something, because it's also like a living, living theater. So you can do something about that. So this is always a contested things. So the heritage, as per my opinion, is not only the artifact, but it's also always contested spot. to do something. But about this place, about the Heritage Hotel, of course, it's a remnant of the bygone British era. Once upon a time, it was a home of deputy commissioner since late 19th century. But now it's one of the owner is a Teja Meru, quite known person in Nagaland, himself a musician. He's also a practitioner, a rock musician, and he, apart from keeping this hotel, trying to maintain the atmosphere of that era, he's also doing a lot of different things. For instance, he's advisor of an institution which called Music Task Force. So not only to keep in boxes some things, but always to reinterpret, to reconstruct, to do something new, like contemporary music in Nagaland. You know, in Nagaland, not only these kind of buildings are heritage, but always also like suppose like headhunting. It's also a part of cultural heritage, but now it's prohibited by law since British era. So what to do with this, you know, heritage of Naga people? It's possible to rethink, reconstruct it. And as well as Christianity was invented in Nagaland, a lot of Naga became a Christian. So now they are very proud. They say, once upon a time, we used to be a headhunter. Now we are soul hunter, because a lot of missionary emerged in Nagaland. So see, it's not only the following, not only the keeping of tradition, but always a certain kind of play with the tradition. So of course, the term heritage is especially used and exploited, I would say, in Rajasthan, due to the royal history of the princely states of Rajasthan. Plenty of palaces and manors and havelis entitled as heritage spots and attract tourists from all over the world. They mostly transformed into museums and hotels, so they are commercially used. But their prices can vary, and interestingly, that could be of luxury level, but they could be of very normal, very budget level. For example, if you're in Jaisalmer, there are a lot of small hotels which everyone can afford. So you can feel this kind of atmosphere very easily. But another thing, of course, invented in 1982 is the touristic trains, Palace on Wheels, the touring around the Rajasthan. It's a luxury level, of course. So it's a very interesting kind of invention. So what can we do out of this heritage? But in another point of view, there are a lot of places which does not have this kind of historical meaning, this sense, but nevertheless they also exploit and they use the term heritage based on little something. So of course yesterday we discussed this intangible cultural heritage as well, but what I want to say that of course when I see the list of something, I always remember the colonial era, the scheduled, different kind of schedules, or different kind of even classical dance lists. So there are a lot of contradictions behind that, because the moment we create a list, we create a possibility for corruption as well. There are a lot of uneasy things happens, because behind each tradition stays either some kind of force, maybe political one, maybe a group of people who just push and who give the attention. Besides, for example, Kudiyattam or Mudiyattu in Kerala, there are dozens of other traditions which are not at all present today in this list. So we should keep in mind, in our mind as anthropologists, that okay, but what is the context of taking one tradition and put it into the list? But what about the Padayani? Okay. About the different kind of, apart from this noble Sanskrit theater, there are many Teyam of there, and etc., etc. So this kind of things we should keep in mind. So the moment we're talking about the intangible cultural heritage, we should remember the heritagization, museification, as well as exotization of something is a part of life. So we should remember the danger of that issue. So it's not very easy thing. So there are a lot of problems. And the problem with the cultural heritage, just the same as the problem with education and tourism. So it has both positive and negative sides as such. So, and cultural heritage is always a meeting point for at least 3 types of agents: administrators, bureaucrats, decision makers, so those who make this kind of lists, practitioners in case of performing traditions, artistic skills. So see, for example, in case of Bharatanatyam, there are a huge story of discussions between the Sadir, the ladies who used to practice the Sadir, and the Tamil Brahmins who picked up these traditions. A lot of contradictions even, so it's not easy story. So the practitioners, or maybe owners in case of material objects. And the third counterpart is the researchers, ethnographers, anthropologists, those who see, who observe, and who analyze it. So it's always, the connection of these 3 segments. And about the heritage, there is saying that it could be used and it could be abused at the same time. We should distinguish with them. We should a little bit analyze. Now I want to say just a few words about the phenomenon of open-air ethnographical museums. Of course, I consider it as a best example of both preserve and use in good sense. And of course, all of you know the Skansen Museum, first ethnographical museum of the world, located in Sweden, Stockholm. Interestingly, the entertainment elements was always impacted from the very beginning, because it was not only a museum, but also a zoo. So to entertain, to keep, so to show, to represent different kind of animals, species of animals, and species of peoples. Funny enough, so this is the Skansen. After the Skansens, a lot of ethnographical museums came into being all over the world. In Russia, you can see just glimpses of most interesting ethnographical museums. In Kizhi, for example, in Karelia, founded in 1966, maybe the best known open-air museum of Russia. So another thing is the Shushinskaya open-air museum. Today in the first paper, we have a reference to revolution, Russian Revolution. So this one is famous with the Lenin, because he used to stay there. But otherwise, beside Lenin, it's just a very good ethnographical museum, which preserved about 30 buildings of that era of the beginning of 20th century, how it looked like. So another one is the Karely, Malые Karely Museum, Arkhangelsk, again, North Russia, because in Northern Russia, a lot of traditional buildings were, stayed. And another one is Vasilyevo Torshok, another one is Kostroma, of course. But we must distinguish them between the fake open-air museums. A lot of villages was created only for touristic entertainment purposes. So they look like sometimes similarly, but they are not. So they have no values in that sense. And now the last, point of my talk is, of course, my dear memory, my best memory, maybe the place, one of the best place I visited in my life. So this is the Manipal, in Karnataka, and Vijayanath Shenoy. So a person who created a very interesting place, which is still not very well known, even in India, let alone the part of the world. So I was happy enough that I came to Udupi in 2014, doing some research in the Yakshagana tradition, but as well as I was invited to his place and he welcomed me, and I was, just fortunate to be a part of this project. So thing is that he was a banker, so a person who lived in Udupi and was interested in many different things, mostly in traveling around. He used to go everywhere and collect it and pick up the things which otherwise would be destroyed definitely. A lot of mostly wooden architecture, but not only, all over the Karnataka, mostly in Karnataka, but also from some other places of South India. So he collected and gathered a wonderful collection of the things. So, and it was maybe few people only around him who helped to him. So like Thomas, for instance. So slowly, out of his personal collection, where he invented his own money, time, and the help of other people, and only very few other helps, such as, of course, Pai family help, and Norwegian embassy, Finland embassy, and Tata Trust, and some others. So interestingly, no other governmental, efforts were involved into that. So only, I guess, they only were allowed to take the place. So the land was donated from the government level. Otherwise, it's totally private level. And it's very different with the Russian situation, because all the glimpses you saw, according to Russia, they are either governmentally run or maybe a municipal level. So no private museum can survive in Russia. But in India, situation is much more diverse. So apart from governmentally run institutions, there are small instances and cases of such initiatives. And yeah, so just a little bit, I want to show you some things, what happens, what is going on in Hastashilpa Trust. So the first was the pillars. So he collected this wonderfully pillars where otherwise would go to plywood. So all of them, mostly all of them, went either to kitchen fire or to be a plywood. So see, that was the first. So then there are several buildings preserved in a unique atmosphere, like Kunjur Chowki Mane. So this building was appropriated by, took by Vijayanath Shenoy sometimes in 80s, and it's very interesting house, because a person from a Brahmin, Shivali Brahmin, belonged to Tulunadu, went to Kerala once upon for 300 years before. So they settled down, and they created a beautiful building, Chowki Mane, which is Naluketu, in the middle courtyard. And then after the job was done, after around 100 years, they used to stay in Kerala, but then they would shift it back to Karnataka. So this whole house was transformed. And then they was relocated. And after that, it was almost abandoned. So this almost abandoned house was took by Vijayanath Shenoy to his museum and then reconstructed fully. And so minute details and so beautifully interesting things. But what is important is that not only the house, but also the idea of way of life. So what does it mean to be a Brahmin? It's mean to be innerly centered. It's settled down as a mandala, on the place of mandala. And the important things is to stay in house, to see everything, but so that no other people would see you. So interestingly, the windows are, designed in such a way that the person who would stand behind could cover himself, but not be visible. Again, a lot of kitchens, because in each Brahmin house of this area should be a normal food and a ritualistic food should be cooked separately. So they have two kitchens. Now, of course, they have Ayurveda tradition, so they have implements for Ayurvedic treatments. Now they always have a special fruits that could be dried itself in the house. So about 50 people used to stay in this small house at the same time. So how they would gather, how they would interact with each other. A place for a menstruating woman, for example, would separately installed there. A lot of small things. So these things are also, preserved and kept in mind of the people. Another thing is the band houses. Another estate of South Kendra is, of course, a band which belong to different caste. So their houses are very differently shaped. The person should sit not inside the house, but a little bit outside in veranda, so that could see, observe, maybe receive some commerce, because they would run the agricultural process. So a lot of commerce could come, but still these visitors, they have a very different level of hierarchical level. So some could come near to the person, but other would just stay a little bit far away. So interestingly, that what we see, the material object, the structure of the house reflects the social setup, reflects the way of life, the flavor of atmosphere. And inside of each house, a lot of collections of artifacts would kept out. So for example, like a kantha, like embroidery, Tanjavur paintings, Ganjifa collections. I think maybe 200 of different kinds of collections are gathered by the only person and his family. Just see the Harkuroli Galikamane have a beautiful collection of paintings, and some of them are still not precisely, attributed. So still we have to help them to maybe materially, maybe with some advices, maybe with some invention of the people who would help them to, even to attribute the things that he just collected from the garbages of all over there. The Kani Sultanat Muslim house, a collection of paraphernalia from Bastar, and Nandikeshwara shrine, which is the, Bhuta traditions there. Jangam Mat, it's a unique thing because he gathered 4 mats of Lingayats, which is no more in Karnataka. We don't have a survived mat. So the only thing is that this kind of reconstruction beautifully is both a hotel, a shrine, a guest house, a discussion club, a huge tradition, almost forgotten, of Lingayat mat, means ascetic traditions would they would roam around and stay in this kind of houses. So I would say it's a national unique thing, a Mangalore Christian house. Vijayanath Shenoy, he himself was a musician founder. So he founded a musical society in Udupi. So nowadays, in each house, a music being, tuned. So he installed a video or some kind of audio possibility for visitors to not to see, but always to taste and to listen to these things. So I created a small film about this museum. I think many things are be going in sometimes, but if you want, I can share with you the link, YouTube link, because in frame of my Yakshagana study and Bhuta Kolam study, of course, I paid attention to this noble person. So I want to continue, to conclude with that the idea that the moment we preserve something, we always should remember how we use it. So what is the usage of this artifacts of this heritage as such, and that behind each things a person stay, a person with his own life, and of course such a noble soul as Vijayanath Shenoy should be not only remembered but also to continue. This project should somehow continue even after that. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Svetlana. Nice to see you after some time. It's a very interesting paper, and she has brought the kind of diversities we have in the name of heritage. The use and abuse of heritage, and how we should be to take care of understanding the heritage. And she also has drawn the attention towards the heritage which is commercially used as the heritage we see in many places and experience, and sometimes we feel it's painful to see how heritage, in the name of heritage, commercialization takes place. But the interesting way of putting things that Svetlana done on Vijayanath Shenoy's collection, because I was in Manipal University for almost 2 years, and it was my regular visit to Vijayanath Shenoy's village, and it's such a great experience every time when you go to see the collections. And as you mentioned, it is the best place to study material culture of the region, and that can be showcased through this efforts of Vijayanath Shrenai, and very beautifully you have presented with very good photography also. Visual treat it was to see all these things. And as you mentioned that such private museums are to be are an interesting place, and it is a passion which has driven to have this kind of museums by many people. And the cultural heritage, the people who are connected should take this also as an important contribution for preserving cultural heritage. So thank you all presenters today. It was very interesting, and I was so delighted to be the chairperson to listen to every one of you attentively. And each paper was remarkably presented, keeping the time perspective. You have not crossed the time given to you, and I'm really thankful each and every one of some of them are my very good friends, like Professor Pandey, like Sharda Srinivasan, and now Svetlana. So others also, Professor Mohante also was very, time, he has kept the time and, presented. And I think that we had a very, very useful and wonderful session. And now it is open for panel discussion for 10 minutes. If you have any questions to any of our presenters, you can ask, please. Yes? Any questions? Open suggestions?
May I say a few words?
Yes, please.
Do you hear me well?
Yes, yes.
It's a pity that we could not see the esteemed Dr. Sharada Srinivasan. Her works on archaeometallurgy are very important for the studies in the history of Indian culture. And her present paper was excellent.
Yeah.
And Svetlana Ryzakova, as usual, was great. Thank you both very much.
Thank you. Thank you for your remarks. Yes.
Thank you very much.
I just want to say that visiting different countries, we always want to be involved to learn something from the history, from culture of the country. And very often, personally, I go to ethnic villages if they exist in the country, in a place I visit. And it is always very, very interesting. And thank you, Svetlana, very much for observing this issue. And I should say that it is such a pleasure to learn how these people made fire, how they cook, how they, I don't know, do absolutely simple everyday things. And sometimes we find it very different from what we can do now. Sometimes we find a lot of common things. So it is always a pleasure to visit such places, and it's important to help to keep it, to hold it.
Yes.
Thank you.
That is what the human values. The human values are same anywhere, but only we have to identify them and value them. Yes.
So I also wanted to thank Professor for mentioning also the archaeometallurgy work. And I think that Russia also provides a very fascinating region for this cross-comparative studies and so on, also looking at the sources of metal and so on. So I think it's very heartening that to hear his words. Thank you. And yes, and also, as you mentioned, Dr. Svetlana bringing up late Shenoy. What a phenomenal effort that was. And I'm so glad that there's been some international attention, because mostly, as you say, many people don't know of such great contributions. And there's a lot to be catalogued there also in terms of metal artifacts. And that was also quite a revelation. I was not aware of all the Lingayat heritage and so on. So thank you for, and thank you also for your very insightful comments, Professor Chudamani, which as always, you know, your curating and commenting is very fascinating. So thank you. And to our Russian colleagues, it's been a great experience. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes. Any more?
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. May I ask a few things?
Yeah.
If the time permits.
Yes, you maybe briefly you can.
Just 1 minute. I'm very grateful to all the presenters, because their papers immensely enriched our understanding of cultural heritage. I think in the paper of Svetlana, she has referred to Lingayat schools. And you are quite right that most of them are now abandoned in their homeland. But there is still one very vibrant Jangambadi Math in Varanasi. Can you say a few words about that institution relating to this whole Saivite tradition?
Have you visited?
No, I just mentioned this Lingayat Jangam Math, which would it was an institution of its own, like a monastery, but not exactly the monastery, because it goes back to 13th century AD, you know, 12th, 13th century AD. So it's a tradition of Basava. In Karnataka. So a person who became a so-called bhakti, but very special bhakti that time. So it would not be a caste. Today, Lingayats term to be a caste, one type of caste of Karnataka. But that time it was no caste. So there was very free. You know, they roam around, they would travel, and they would stay for some time in certain places, mostly in Karnataka, in today's Karnataka. So only very few of them, you know, survived little bit. So Vijayanath, he took one house, and with the help of some 3 more elements of the house, he would reconstruct it. So it's just a reconstruction, but very nice, very precise reconstruction with a full of feeling. You know, interesting that the moment you go inside, you just go upstairs. The whole story, the whole house is just a story. So you go and up, and this is also philosophically. So you just go up, and each step has a special, you know, it's like you know, a stages of life, because you can recite a little bit, like ashrama. You know, you can sleep because they have some kind of sleeping facilities on each step. You can sit down, you can chat, you can eat, you can do everything. But on the top there is a shrine. A Shiva shrine, but it's not such important issue, because they have a lot of other things. They do yoga, they have a lot of you know, miniature paintings that would reflect that. So it's very much person-based. So this tradition was quite free that time, but it was slowly, it was just vanished. And I don't know about the you know, reflection about the other India, how it would go. Of course, that it would be impact of the Lingayat tradition to other Shaivite tradition, but in the case of Basava tradition, it's very much Karnataka based, because he would narrate it in Kannada, and it's very much linguistically based.
As she has mentioned, it is the 12th century development from the Basava, and it was a revolutionistic idea, and the people who followed this early, you know, in the early stage, they were called as Jangamas. So the wanderers, they were the wanderers, and the Jangama Mata it used to be. And we find in many parts of Karnataka, there are Jangama Mata even now. You know, they have instituted some of the mats which are called as Jangama Mata.
Yes,
As Rajkumar was mentioning, there is a Jangama Matha in Varanasi. In Varanasi too, there is a Jangama Matha even today. The Jangamas go there and take, shelter there and they stay. So that culture is theirs even now.
It's very interesting. Yes, it's a flow. It just shows that India, it's a full of possibilities, full of roads. So once established in one place, then it goes, then it travels. Like Rabindranath Tagore, he invented to his Shantiniketan people from Kerala and people from Manipur. So it's interesting blend. So we always should keep in mind that yes, we can fix something, we can do something about one thing, but the life would, all the borders will vanish after some times. The thing is just it's always a flow. It's a river of, so we should keep in mind that we will be demolished after once upon a time. But if you remember even the Basava, so he used to say, rich people, they would build the temples. But I'm poor person. He was a minister, but he would say that I'm a poor person. What I can do? My legs are the pillar. My hands are just a part of the temple, and my head is the shape of the hara. So this is the temple. So the personal body is the temple. So I think we should keep in mind the message of Basava. So he always was so human faced, so personally understanding. So only with our energy, this is the holy things, and we should do something with that. And this exactly what Vijayanath Shenoy did in his life. He was always, why it's not so popular? Because he would prohibit people from coming to his, and he was so proud about that. I remember he would say, see, there is a faculty, one philosophical faculty just behind the wall, and the people, the students, they would never come here because I don't allow them to come. Just because very few people were there during the safeguard. For one thing, the museum was not finished. He considered it's not to be finished, one thing. But another thing, he was, of course, worried. A lot of thieves, around. So he would try to keep that his holy place as such. Nowadays, it's open still, slowly it's open because some people came and now they work with it. But again, another thing, I guess this is all again a third elements would be there. Not only the greedy, he was not greedy at all. No, it's not a question of greediness, but it's a question of how to do, how they would understand that, because he never wanted it in boxes. He never wanted the things that he would collect, gather, put his atma, his own soul in that. He would never want it is boxed, like in museums, and then dust, full of dust is there. He would try to find out the middle way. So how to preserve, at the same time, use in good way. So he would always search for these Basava spots. So I guess it was his point.
I think
it was what you mentioned also, of course, it's very contemporary philosophy, but I also wondered because quite often they wore a metal lingam, is it? And they traveled. Was there any collection that he made of those, or, is this another kind of tangible, intangible heritage tradition that needs to be documented a bit? I don't know if you can hear me because I can see some technical problem actually.
Oh, audible. We can hear you.
Okay. So I was wondering about, probably Professor Chudamani might know because of they actually wore some lingam representations, and whether there were any collections that were made of.
Usually they are the boxes.
Okay.
Keep the lingam inside. Lingam will be in the form of Rudraksha.
Yes.
Or Spatika, crystal.
Okay. Crystal ones, yes, that's right. Okay.
Box. Either brand or metal.
Yeah.
And if they are rich, they can also have gold box. Keep the Rudraksha inside, and then they wear it so that they can always have the linga on there because their carrier something this kind of so there are possibilities.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
On the collections and all. In DNA, there are many collections of these boxes.
No.
Not in there. Yes, I think we have come to the 2:51 that we have to conclude this session for the next session. I thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you very much for being such a good moderator of your session. You made a very good job. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So we move further. Yes, Dr. Shrotri.
No, I just wanted to say we should take lead from all the discussions, and I request all the eminent speakers and the academicians to pursue these interests, and they can jot down these recommendations and evolve some joint projects between India and Russia. ICSSR has already, as mentioned, is getting into an MOU with Institute of Oriental Studies and with Russian Academy of Science, other institutes, involving especially the younger generation, your students. They would carry your legacy and the legacies which were discussed of Mr. Shenoy and various other passionate people. So I request you to kindly immerse this knowledge and impart this knowledge to the younger generation, and with your guidance, promote some of the joint projects. That will be wonderful, presentation or wonderful outcome from this webinar. Thank you very much.
Now I give a floor to the moderator of the fourth session, concluding one, Dr. Viktor Nemchinov. He has a PhD in economics. He is Senior Research Fellow, Department of Comparative Cultural Studies at Institute of Oriental Studies of the Russian Academy of Sciences. He also a Director of Museum of Historical Consciousness. Dr. Nemchinov, please take a floor. You're welcome.
Thank you very much for giving me the floor and the reins of a moderator. But I would like to start moderation with saying the words of gratitude to the previous moderator. And I want to echo her statement that if we want to connect to the young generation, as our distinguished previous commenter has suggested, we have to look at the character building rather than tailoring our suits, as Mahatma Gandhi has said to the British counterpart. So my suggestion here at the end of this session is to reconsider the cultural concepts and knowledge. As our previous speaker said, we are not waiting for the change. The change is already here, and the change has already happened within the new generation. We may be unaware of it, but they live in a different world. If I may just say that we have shifted from the millennia civilization of logocentric understanding of things, starting with Sanskrit and other things, we have now in this decade come to the screen-centered civilization. And there is a big difference of consuming information through the book and then making an image in your head, then seeing the sculptures and seeing the paintings and looking into the narratives. And there is a difference when you look at the video clips, when you cannot read 2 pages at one go, when you are clip-minded and you understand only the screen culture of small chats, and all your emotions can be placed in 5 small signs that we have all here, but we don't use them. But the kids they do use them. They use all these small things, and all their emotions would come into such wonderful science, which has nothing to do with what we really need or want to do. So my suggestion is that Institute of Oriental Studies is inviting cordially all of you, experts and participants of this seminar, to present their understanding of the change of in your field of cultural assets, values, and notions that happens right now on our eyes with the advent of multimedia tools like this, which are in each of our pockets. This is a major change. And now we have not only to stick to the old concepts, scholarly concept, but to remodel them to the new time. And we will make this under the auspices of the term multiculturalism, which is wrongly understood in the West, but which actually has been lived through in India and in Russia and in many other multinational nations and not ethnocentric monotype nations, because monoculturalism is an antidote to multiculturalism. And in this respect, I invite you cordially to contribute to my email short paragraphs of your ideas. We will publish in the Institute of Oriental Studies a common book on the multiculturalism in India and Russia and the East, globalism, regionalism, and identity in the 21st century. Not in the past, but understood from today as a historical consciousness related to what we do now. So you are cordially invited to participate in this project, and I hope that Indian side would coordinate and help us to make this analytical exchange of views. And now, if you may allow me one more thing to say about character building of the young generation. The internet has somehow particularized, brought each of us in a network, in a sort of a field, but I would present this phenomena as a drop of oil spilled over the pool of water. The thickness of the beautiful film would be only one molecule. It will never go deep. So the communication in the networks is always shallow. We can call it culture 3, culture 4, not to offend the people. Low culture is not a very good word, but let us call it mass culture. And people who are gathering here are the people who are experts and think about high culture or analytical culture. And there is a big difference between these two concepts. So our task is to remove these debris of spilling over the shallow communication, the bullying things, the expression of negativism, and to replace it with the historical heritage that we all are aware of. So kindly keep this in mind, that we need to promote in our studies with the cultural heritage moral decency, integrity, and cognition of integrity. So, and particularly this should be available to all those who want to pick it up freely and on their own will. Our intent should be only for the disabled people, where we could help these things to be available for their enlightenment and for their character building. And this relates to, of course, the question of self-discipline, because there is so many delusions in the internet that it takes a lot of strength and goodwill to pursue the way of knowledge and understanding. Thank you for this is a sort of thanks to our previous moderator for the beautiful ideas she inspired and told on us. And if you permit, I will start now sharing with you some of the more profound things. How can we treat the historical heritage to a deeper understanding of what happened 200 years ago and how it can be related to our present day? So this would be first part of my presentation, and I will speak about one Mughal miniature made by third Padishah Akbar, depicting the meeting of his grandfather and his grandmother, Babur and Hanumzadeh, after a decade of separation. In his diary, the grandfather of Akbar wrote only a few lines. We met in Chandigarh with a group of followers, and at first she didn't recognize me, but later she recognized me, and then we know that she became his advisor. So if I may demonstrate you this miniature, or yes, the common use. That is the first miniature. Sorry, it's always not very easy to show the image. This is the first miniature from the collection of the Oriental Museum in Moscow. And this image has been, yes, let me expand it to the screen. This image was acquired in 1906 in Nizhny Novgorod. It was brought with other sheets of paper from Persia by traders in Turquoise, and a man who dealt with trade in Turquoise acquired it and donated it to the collector of these artifacts, Mr. Pyotr Shukin, and then it came to our collection. Now, on this wonderful miniature that has been created by Indian and Persian artists, you see the scene of meeting Babur and his sister. The sister is sitting in the center, and the gesture of her hand is indicating that she does not recognize her younger brother. The younger brother is standing as if in the middle of the picture, and his left hand is getting to his heart, and he says, "It's me, Babur," while she doesn't recognize him. And then he further pushes his right hand down and says, "You don't recognize me, it's me. Please understand this. Let me somehow enlarge this thing." So the sister looks at him and doesn't recognize him. But Babur says, "It's me." And this gesture of the right hand is indicator of their silent conversation. They're not alone. He is accompanied by his younger stepbrother. And interestingly enough, the artists, and then on the side of the sister of Babur, you have a servant with a fly takeaway whip. And you see one lady who is looking in perplexion at the case of Babur. And from her eyesight to the Babur face, you can see a line that takes our attention to this section. Then you can see the four minor personages from the group of the sister. Two of them are talking. Who is that? And the indication of the woman in yellow left finger, index finger, says, "Is that him?" And then the two of them, the other, are perplexed in understanding what happens. And the finger of the right hand put to the lips says, "Could it really be him?" And then the central figure is the aunt of Babur, who recognizes him. and her gesture with her right hand is saying, oh, it is Babur. And it is interestingly enough that the color used in describing the dresses of these personages are all indicative of the value of the scene. She is having the white scarf, while the others are having colored scarves like this orange scarf and the scarf against the shoulder of his younger brother. Now, if you look at the way the composition here is made, it is extremely sophisticated because primarily there was an inscription in Farsi. It was inserted into the empty sheet of paper. The text was written later, but the painting, the sketch was done when already the inserting place for the script was there in place. Now, if we look at the painting, we can see that in below there are color combinations, the brown brick wall and the brown brick wall outside, the inner and the outer wall. And in between, there is a space covered with tiles in an auxiliary color that is counterpart to this brown brick color. Like the two colors, complementary colors, they're called the blue color of the dress of this young man outside the wall and the orange color of the dress of his neighbor. They are the complementary colors that were discovered by Newton and then described by Goethe 100 years later than the Indian artist used these colors for the color contrast in the composition. Then you can see that there is also a sort of monochrome contrast here. One is related to the two horses that were bringing these two young men to the temple, to the fortress. And the black horse is on the upper left, can be matched to the black opening of the door that comes into the palace. Now, if we come to the top of the piece, unfortunately, yes, I don't. Yes, hopefully I can show it on the top. There are two trees: the dark tree, the black tree, and the light tree. If you make a triangle here between these 2 points of black and this third point, it will be a triangle, a compositional triangle of movement of the figures and the narration of the story. So from here, it goes through Babur to the top. There is end and nothing to think of, and it goes to the text. And from the text, it goes down by this pillar through the sister to the outside wall and to this black horse. There is another division. 1/3 of the right side of the picture is here, and there is a vertical contrast between this black and the black of this opening door from which they arrived. And there is also a division into these 2/3 where the servants are discussing what is happening in this case. And if you look at this floor, you can see that there are no shades. Could it be that the Indian artist did not know that the figure has shades in the bright sunlight? Of course, they knew this, but the shades were not necessary because of the relevance of the event. It was not a common thing. It was an event of major importance of meeting the sister who saved Babur from being deceased and then sacrificed herself by marrying the conqueror so that Babur could be left out free. And if we discuss this, we can see that the wall is painted exactly at the level of his left shoe, because now he is not hanging in the air, but he is standing firmly on the ground. And his figure is of the same size. There is equality of figure sizes as his companion, but the legs of his companion are cut so that we could see that his figure we could feel emotionally that his figure is slightly smaller than the figure of the first Padishah of Great Mughal Empire. And the same with the servants. The servants' lower parts of bodies are simply cut by the wall, but the size of their figures is not smaller than the figures of her companions. So these are only just a few words about how we can come deeper into understanding a very simple image that has been painted so many years before and ago. Now, if you allow me to come further, I will try to come to this subject of multiculturalism and understanding the cultural heritage of India. We were speaking about Röhrig yesterday, a great Russian painter. There is another painter less known, which I want to introduce. But before I do this, I show two more similar scenes. This one, I think, is from Hyderabad, the meeting of the sister on the left and Babur. And then another one is from the third type of manuscript in British Museum now, where Babur is sitting with his younger brother, with the servants, with the people outside the wall, and his elder sister is not recognizing him by turning her face slightly away from her brother. So there are several manuscripts. One of them is in New Delhi. The full illustration set is 113 illustrations, and it would be interesting to compare them with the illustrations, with 69 illustrations kept in Moscow Museum of the East, and perhaps with the British Museum collection as well. Now, if you allow me to proceed further, I'm coming to Vasily Vereshchagin, Russian painter of the 19th century, who visited India several times and made these ethnographic and research portraits of Indian people of his period. We will see a Pars person. These are all pictures by Vasily Vereshchagin. There are many more, but I want you to be knowing that these are done in 1865, 1879. That is a third personage from India. So he's trying to be accurate and scholarly in his depiction of a new country, of different culture, showing multiculturalism of Indian subcontinent. That's another person whom he tried to depict in order to show us the variety of different beliefs and different religious practices in India. Another picture by Vereshchagin, which shows ethnographic things and the objects, which with absolute precision. So these are not the fiction stories or fiction paintings like many artists do now. These are very accurate, scholarly reflection of what people were using as utensils in their everyday life. And that's another one of a soldier with swords, ammunition, another one man. So he tried to take the people from the street, from the different places, to put them to pose, and he did what we are now doing with our instant Polaroid or mobile phone photography. Of course, at that time, there were no color photos. So this is a sort of a photo replacement, but it is of very high quality. Look at that outside scene from Udaipur and the type of ammunition and arms and shields that the Indian warriors were wearing at that period of the 19th century. It's another scene from India. And these things are all available for our understanding, deep analysis, and sharing. Look at the blue color of the horse hair, which is used to ornate these sort of a vehicle that was transporting this wonderful gentleman. Now, Vereshchagin also painted a lot of temples in India, the way they looked at that time in the mid 19th century. Look at this wonderful scene against the lake, or at this tower of Agra. And I would enlarge what is below. Now you see the wall. The wall is, he was painting, though it is colored painting, he was painting very accurately with using the perspective and the outline sketch. So if you look at the wall, it is done in pencil, and then the color, oil color, was very thinly put against it, so we can see the color things. That's this wall that has been very carefully related. If you go below this wall to the bank of the river, we can see the bulls, two black bulls over there, and two people on the boat getting into the water. And then you can see in a fragment that it is also not only ethnographic accurate scene, but also very good impressionistic use of colors and color mixtures. Take a look at this blue splash of color, or these orange and pink things. And after that, you can see an accurate scene of an Indian temple, a Hindu temple, with a figure in the doorway. This is also Vasily Vereshchagin things, and he would be extremely accurate as a real scholar in depicting all the ornaments that are done in stone in Agra, in the harem part of the complex. That's another thing, painted in the bright daylight in midsummer, when the heat and the sun reflecting from the white marble surface is removing all the shades, and you can see this shadeless depiction of the ornaments of the temple inside. Now, an enclosed scene of an elephant moving on the ground, how he was ornated, and then you can see the picture as such with the people who are walking the elephant and an elephant rider on the back of the elephant. We can see these things that Vereshchagin collected and bought in India, just to show how these elephants were reflected in Indian wood art. And of course, these things are done with mud ground and tempera coloring over the mud underlay. And with time, this can crack and fall apart. So the issue of conservation that one of the brilliant presenters was telling us about is very relevant today. And even in my collection, I have a number of 30 objects of Gaonwala images with mud color ground, which require careful restoration. And we do that in our workshops. Now, that is the cloth that was collected by Vereshchagin in mid-19th century. And when he went to Himalaya, he was not allowed to go to Jamalungma, and instead he was only allowed to come through Srinagar. And he came in December. The British were very careful by not letting Russians into Himalayas. Roerich also had a lot of troubles doing that. So in December, he mounted with Sherps high up the slopes to 3,000 meters, and they spent a night freezing in the tent with his wife, but he still did not give up and painted this and many other scenes from life, trying to make fire not to be frozen in mountains in December. The Shabbats ran away, by the way, in the night, and they were left alone. Now, these are the Barish temples in the Himalaya that he also visited and painted the way they looked in 1861. And now, if you want to see that he was not only a painter, but also a strict analyst of the ornaments, you can see various ornaments that he made and draw from the nature, as well as use these cloth embroidery done by things. That is Vereshchagin himself in the studio, and that is his portrait with his wife, a man who died in 1903. Now, this is another scene of Muslim ceremony, a very hard and cruel one, which he saw from life. And one of the fantastic scenes that I want to end this story about Vereshchagin is describing the assassination, the murder of Sipahi rebellion in 1856 in India by British Army. He made 3 pictures on that, and he exhibited this picture in London in the gallery. And when it was on the show, one English woman came to Vereshchagin and told him, you know, this was my husband who invented this wonderful torture for these rebellions, because, you know, if you explode them, they will never revive and there would be no reincarnations for these people. So she was very proud of her husband. But later the British either destroyed this picture or keep this in some attics not visible for the people. And we can only see the reproduction of this left. But that is a part of our cultural heritage. We do talk on these things, and now I'm talking with Jagdish Kapoor, an Indian visionary, philosopher, and a person who introduced solar energy to New Delhi. We are talking about art. It is important to describe the inner things about what art is about. And if you would be interested to know about avant-garde Russian art painting in English, you can find a narrative about the Tretyakov Gallery, and I would be happy to guide you there with the storytelling about Russian art. On the background, there is Petrov Vodkin portrait of his wife. And now when I was in India, and this is the 20th century, I tried, this was done in the 70s, I tried to paint the people I met. So the tradition of painting continues when you encounter another culture. And to show the multiculturalism, this is a Bihari man. This is a yoga person who travels on his own. You can see now a Sikh intellectual who is working for Bakara Steel Limited. And then you can see a Muslim person in the city of Chas in Bihar. And I wouldn't say that my sketches that I'm showing to you are of high quality. They cannot be compared to Vereshchagin or to the Belgian artist Solvinus of the 18th century, but they reflect the ethnographic interest in what are these people. The girl from the low caste of former untouchables, and an interesting person, a driver with an interesting face, and a person who apparently had some genetic relation to the British Isles. And with this, I end my sketches and bring you into the pictures that my good friend Robert Hargrave, an Indologist from United States, has been investigating for many decades about another painter who visited India 2 centuries before me and Mr. Vereshchagin. You see this Francois Solvinus, who left India in 1802, who was born in 1760 and was living in Calcutta. And these are the paintings of India and Bengal, mostly West Bengal, at the time of his stay in India in the late 18th century, 1780, 1790. You can see the marketplace, the dresses, And what was interesting for the Westerners, for the European people, when they met the new civilization of the great Indian subcontinent. Again, as Vereshchagin did 70 years later, you can see the way the local people would be different from what was traditional in Europe. And these are the residents of the British consular in West Bengal. And I think with this we end this presentation. If I may escape this thing and come forward, if you will allow me to say that it is important that such cross-cultural understanding of different specificities of our cultures is so relevant, is so important for understanding of this century-long connection between our peoples, between our cultures, between the keen interest in the in-depth understanding of the human civilization. And today, with the help of internet, we are able to do this quite freely. Thank you for your kind attention. I was speaking on the name of Madam Tatiana Schaumann, who made her presentation yesterday. And now, if you will allow me, we are now passing directly. If there are any questions, I would be happy to answer them. But if not, we are passing directly to Professor Mishra, Professor of School of Sanskrit and Indian Studies, who will speak now to the audience.
So may I just ask you, the painting that you showed of the Russian artist with the bandana, the blue bandana, where was that taken, we think? And he was holding that beautiful knife.
This was the picture of a Zoroastrian and it was taken on his trip to Bombay, and of course this person was posing for him, not in the same kind as the people from the street were posing, but Vereshchagin wanted to collect all types of images, and there are many, many more of them, and there is a book published about this exhibition, and these are available on the internet, so you are all welcome to experience pleasure from viewing these things. Shall we now come to, if there are no more questions, shall we now come to Professor Mishra? Dhanyavad, Professor Mishra.
Namaskar. Namaskar to all of you. I'm grateful to Russian Academy of Sciences and Indian Council of Social Sciences, Science Research, Embassy of India, Moscow, for giving this wonderful opportunity to listen to all great speakers, distinguished speakers, and enrich my knowledge on this theme, very, very pertinent theme, preservation of cultural heritage. It's a wonderful opportunity, memorable. I remember my visit to St. Petersburg a few years back in connection with a seminar on Indological studies in India and Russia. And I can see one or two scholars also here present in this webinar. Thank you very much for inviting me. I'm going to speak on dimensions of study of language in India, retrospects and prospects. Language is such an important element for any culture studies that in fact semantics is sedimented in the words themselves. And you see the word culture, I just would like to focus on these two key terms, culture and heritage. culture, though we understand these days as a translation of Sanskrit term or Hindi term, Sanskriti, but Sanskriti is not a high frequency word in Sanskrit literature, in Sanskrit Vangmaya. It's not a high frequency. Though it's very ancient, no one can deny it, because in Yajurveda 7:14, 7th and 14th verse, Sa Prathama Sanskritir Vishwara, this term occurs there. And but this doesn't mean exactly what we understand it today by this term culture, Sanskriti. Sanskriti in colonial era maybe it has become a translation of culture. So this is very, very important to observe. Indian way of mapping cultural diversity or reality is as introduced by 9th century poetician Rajshekhar in his Kavya Mimamsa. This is a text of poetics. So in this text, he talks about a kind of legend. He creates a legend or mythology, whatever you would like to call it. It is called Saraswati Putra or Kavya Purusha. Kavya Purush. I mean, poetry is embodied as human being. And this Kavya Purush is son of goddess Saraswati. And then this Kavya Purush moves around the country. This whole country, India, is known as the Chakravarti Kshetra. It's a wheel-shaped geographical expansion. So he along with his wife Sahityavadhu, this Kavya Purush moves all these parts, and Rajshekhar, along with that travel, introduces Riti, Vritti, and Pravritti. These are the terms which we may reconsider as an alternative to this culture, what we know these days popularly as culture. Pravritti means dress codes, Vesh Vinyasa Krama. This is Rajshekhar. In 9th century AD, he's defining these terms. And then Vritti is Vilas Vinyasa Krama, dance, etc., all aesthetic expressions, modes of aesthetic expressions. And Riti is a linguistic mode, linguistic expressions, types of linguistic communication throughout the country. And on the basis of these, Vritti and Riti, that is dress code, aesthetic codes, and linguistic codes, there are 4 major cultural zones in India, of course. That is Prachya, eastern, Udicya, that is northwestern, third is Avanti, that is central, and 4th is Dakshinatya, that is southern. I would like to point out that India has never been divided like North India and South India. This is a British invention. India has always been in continuity. So this narrative of Kavya Purush clearly illustrates this. So this is the one point. So Sanskriti, again, I am saying that Sanskriti is a low frequency term in Sanskrit Vangmaya, but it connotes what we just discussed, Riti, Vritti, and Pravritti. Now, culture is a mantifact, as opposed to artifacts. So in this definition, Riti, Vritti, and Pravritti fit quite appropriate. And language plays a very, very important role to communicate.
Please continue.
Am I audible?
Yes.
Okay, its video is somewhere lost, it seems. Am I visible too?
Yes.
Okay, fine. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
We can't see your video. If you can share the videos.
Okay, okay. Just a second. Just a second. Is it okay?
So your video has not been shared since beginning. We are not able to see the video.
I don't know.
You are able. We are able to see you, but we are not able to see anything which your presentation or something.
No, I'm not sharing a screen. I'm not sharing. I'm not sharing a screen. Thank you. So, language is a repository of culture, which can be illustrated through semantics of some seminal terms. For example, we quite often use word scriptures for Vedas or such texts. Scripture doesn't fit into this scheme because Vedi is known as Shruti. It's an oral continuity, and scripture essentially comes from script, written text, written book. So this example is sufficient to illustrate the semantics of culture embedded in the word. And culture is as a language is a repository of culture. Culture is embedded in language, and that's why seminal terms would help to understand this. And how and what we see is reflected in language, and how we see the what is the essence of culture. This is how I could explain the term culture. And the second term, heritage, gives us the sense of past. In context of any living culture, this notion of past is needs to be reinterpreted. It doesn't mean that these are no longer in practices, but in case, particularly in case of India, the term heritage signifies a living heritage because the past in India is a living entity. It is never dissociated, never ruptured in historical times. And that's why scholars prefer to use the term parampara. Parampara, if I want to explain this term parampara, this is not exactly tradition, but with the help of a great grammarian Panini, one can dive deep into the semantics of this term, and that is agam, lop, and vikara. Though Panini in his Ashtadhyayi discusses these terms in context of phonetic, combination, morphological constructions, but yet it is pertinent. Agam is that where something is added, very simply. Lop is that when something is non-visible, adarshanam lopa, this is how Panini defines it. Nothing is lost. This culture, Indian culture and other living cultures, there is nothing which is lost. Only things go in hibernation for a while. When times come, they would manifest. So Panini defines it that which is non-visible, not that is non-existent. So that which is non-visible. So this is lopa, something is not visible, now it is in hibernation. A time will come when they will come up again. And vikar, and that is modification. So addition, non-visible, visibility, and modification. These three terms are associated with this parampara. They would help us to understand the semantics of parampara. And the second sutra of Panini again would take care of this continuity. And this is Bhuva Prabhava. In grammar, Sanskrit grammar, ablative case is attached to the object from where something is separated. Now Panini distinguishes the meaning of this ablation. and says that Bhuva Prabhava. For example, the river Ganga manifests herself on Himalayas and then flows from there. So this sutra says Bhuva Prabhava. That means the river flows not in the direction of Himalayas, where it is perennially bound, but in no point of time it is separated from her source. In this way, parampara also continues. Okay, so it is perennially bound, but it keeps flowing. And this is how this tradition of culture goes on. If we come to the study of language in India, this is very, very rich and very long tradition of language study. Various dimensions of language have been studied in this culture. I'm reminded of J. Fistol, an Indologist, who says that Indian mind is obsessed with language and philosophy. And to a great extent, he's quite right, you know, because references to language keep appearing from the very ancient text, Rig Veda. There is a whole section devoted to language. This is called Vak Sukta and Sukta of Rishi Seer Dirghtamas. They are full of references. And not only Rig Veda, other Vedic texts are also having many references to language. I'm coming to that one or two if the time permits. So if you go through this study of language in India, we can say there are 4 or 5 phases in language study. One is, of course, Vedic. I mean, if you take Panini as a watershed, then before Panini, you have Vedic observations, Vedic reflections on language. Then comes Panini. Panini, along with 2 other great grammarians, Kartyayan and Patanjali. This is called Tri Munikal, the age of 3 sages. And then you have from Patanjali 150 BC to 11th century, Vimal Saraswati. This is another phase. And from Vimal Saraswati to Nagesh Bhatt up to 18th century. And then the 19th century onwards, when you see that emergence and development of Indology as a discipline of knowledge in Europe, particularly. So these are the phases. Before Panini, you have Vedic texts, and we have Vedic text in 2 forms. One in continuous text that is called Samhita, and another is called Padapatha. Now, whosoever had made this Padapatha must have been a grammarian, because without grammar, without the understanding of language, we cannot make a morphemic boundary in language. So, for example, Om Agni Mide Purohitam, etc., all these mantras, or Gauri Rimimai Salilani Takshati Ekpadi Dvipati Sa Chatushpati. In this continuous text, if we do not know this language, we may not be able to mark the word boundaries. How many words are there? Where are the grammatical inflections and other things? So those scholars, ancient seers, those who made this Padapatha, various recensions, they must have been the great grammarians themselves. Again, for this term grammar doesn't really communicate the meaning, what I am saying. The Sanskrit term is Vyakarana, making vibhaga, making divisions. And when why division? Because we want to analyze, we want to understand it. So grammar, in that sense, Vyakaran becomes an instrument, a discipline of knowledge. It's a process of knowing also. Grammar, the term grammar etymologically simply means writing. That doesn't contain this understanding of the thing. Okay, so and then throughout the Vedic text, you have references to language. Six disciplines, knowledge disciplines, are associated with a study of Vedas. These are called 6 limbs of the Vedas, Vedangas, and 4 of them are directly related to language study: phonetics, shiksha, Nirukta, etymology, Vyakarana, grammar, and prosody chanda. So these are 4 major aspects of language study. And in all these disciplines, you have continuous texts and thinkers in the tradition. Then you have within Shiksha itself, there are multiple phonetic texts, and these Shiksha texts became the foundation of developing this international phonetic alphabet. And scholars like W.S. Allen and others, Henry Sweet, J.R. Firth, and many more, they studied these texts and helped these disciplines in modern linguistics. Then before Panini, we have another grammarian, Vyadi, whose text was supposed to be very voluminous, 1 lakh slokas. And Panini himself, this is interesting, this is how tradition is constituted. Two very, very important aspect of this tradition is its continuity and its cumulativeness. That each author, each scholar is fully aware of what has gone before him or her. And in that context, he or she composes a new text. This is the cumulativeness. So Panini himself, though he comes in 7th century BC, but he himself records the name of 10 grammarians in his text, and their opinions are so. So this is how it goes on. Okay. How much time? Okay, fine. Then in this tradition, up to the modern period, we have this language study. And language in this culture is speech primarily. It's primarily a speech. It's a medium of thought. Then it's a medium of expression. Without language, we may not be able to think. And then language is a constructivist system. This is how it goes on. And then the Rigvedic text says, Dirghatamas, that language cuts multiple forms in the ocean of reality. And there is an old understanding that the world is constituted of name and form. When we name an object, we know it also. And when we name it, it becomes a part of our inner psyche, our cognitive intellectual domain also. Now, dimensions of language study, it's both physics and metaphysics of language was studied right from the beginning. There is not much time to go about it. All these levels of language, para, pashanti, madhyama, and vaikhari, how language is one with our own self, this is discussed. This is the only culture perhaps that discusses that language is a matter of meditation also. This aspect is greatly ignored, and that needs to be discussed. Then language is studied as mantra and prapancha, then a cognitive process, interpretation of text, hermeneutics, and then finally, I would like to draw your attention to Kashmir Shaivism, where language plays a very, very important role. It is sourced in agamic texts, which is yet to be explored. The aspects of language, aesthetic theories, and the philosophy of language need to be discussed at length. So Kashmir for millennia has been a center of learning in India. All these 14 or 18 Vidyasthanas were studied in those days, and this is very, very important. This is the abode of goddess Saraswati, Sharada, and this has to be prestiged. And
sorry, you have a limited access to your limit of 20 minutes, sir. Thank you very much for your presentation. It was very interesting, and we look forward to looking into your contribution a bit later. But we all appreciate your wonderful exposure of the meaning of the language. Now we have to pass to the next speakers. They are both from St. Petersburg. They're Dr. Alexander Zorin and Dr. Vladimir Ivanov from the Institute of Oriental Manuscripts, a very important division in the Russian Academy of Sciences. The floor is yours, gentlemen. You have 20 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon to everyone. It's a great pleasure to take part in this webinar. So my colleague, Dr. Vladimir Ivanov, and me have prepared a joint presentation, but we decided that I would be a talking head today.
So
but
just say hi for everybody. Yeah. I'll just say everybody.
Yeah. So Dr. Ivanov will help if necessary, especially if some questions arise regarding the purely Indological material. Since he is a professional Indologist, unlike me, I studied Tibetan, the big Tibetan collection kept at the Institute of Oriental Manuscripts. And I am particularly interested in the earliest stage of collecting Tibetan texts in St. Petersburg, which took place in the 18th century. But the historical document we will be talking today was actually included in the Tibetan collection first by the end of the 18th century, and in the early 19th century it was kept along with the Tibetan texts. Also, since I studied this earliest period, I was led to the figure of Daniel Gottlieb Messerschmitt, a German scholar who was invited by Peter the Great to Russia and was sent to Siberia. He became the first academic explorer of vast eastern territories, included in the Russian state. So this document we are talking today about belongs to the legacy of Messerschmitt. And this document is kept at our institute. However, some very important, valuable documents that give some additional information about this document are kept at the St. Petersburg branch of the Archives of the Russian Academy of Sciences. And this presentation is also a part of the project supported by the Russian Foundation for Basic Research, which is carried out by the colleagues from the archives. So a few words. Okay, can you see the presentation? Okay, so a few words shall be said about Daniel Gottlieb Messerschmitt. There is no authentic portrait of this figure. We have only this imaginary portrait sculpture erected in Khanty-Mansiysk. Like I said, he was a German person from Danzig. It is presently the city of Gdansk in Poland. He came to St. Petersburg in 1717, I guess. And 2 years later, he started his journey, a very long journey to Siberia. He visited many parts of Eastern Russia. And he collected a lot of materials of different kinds on the geography, flora, fauna, minerals, ethnography, and languages of Siberia. It is particularly interesting for the event, for this event, that he started learning some Indian language, possibly Multani, in Siberia, where he met an Indian merchant who moved to Russia. So he came back to St. Petersburg being aware of some language or some lexical, so some lexics of India, and also some writing systems of India. But when he came back to St. Petersburg, Peter the Great had died already, and actually he found a very hostile approach to himself. The Academy of Sciences didn't greet him very well. In fact, they they took almost everything he brought to St. Petersburg from him, and he had to sign an agreement that he would not be able to publish anything he collected in Siberia. So it was quite a tragical side in his life. He tried to get back to his native city of Danzig, and also he didn't find anything worth of any position that would fit him in that place. So he got back to Russia in 1731. Possibly it was connected with the change of power, because in 1730 a new ruler started to reign Russia. It was Anna Ioannovna, the empress, whose name is mentioned in the title of our presentation. It seems, we don't know exactly actually what were the reasons for his return, but it is a hypothesis that he tried to find some steady academic position in St. Petersburg, and he was possibly supported by some and not only educated but also powerful people, but it seems he wasn't quite successful in his attempt to find any steady position. And now we're turning to the document which seems to be a proof that he tried to come in contact with the new ruler of the Russian Empire. This document is kept at the Institute of Oriental Manuscripts, and you can see that it consists of several blocks, but the main part of this is the Indian text, which is a translation of the most important Christian prayer, Pater Noster in Latin or Otche Nash in Russian. Here is the title, a long title in Baroque style in Latin. And also to the left, there is the authentic Greek text of the prayer, and to the right, Slavic text of this prayer. And also there is a stamp. This stamp is not, it wasn't put by the creator of this document. It is a stamp that was used by the library of the Russian Academy of Sciences by the middle of the 18th century. So it is only a mark that this document was preserved by the library of the Russian Academy of Sciences already in the first half of the 18th century. And here is the block with the Indian text. You see that it is presented in two versions, two scripts. One is the decorative script, Lanza, it is called in Tibetan, and Ranjana in Indian, and also the common Nagari script. Here is the transliteration prepared by my colleague, Dr. Ivanov, and also he has been trying to reconstruct the text and to figure out what exactly lexics was used by the translator of the text into Indian. It is the Multani dialect of the Punjabi. If I'm not quite correct in this regard, my colleague will say that. So why we are so sure that this document was made by Messerschmitt? The reason is that in the collection of his draft papers kept at the St. Petersburg branch of the Russian Academy of Sciences, we find a lot of working materials which show the process of creating this document. So there is a bundle of papers which has a Latin name collectanea Messerschmittiana ad linguas populorum Sibiria pertinentia. And inside this bundle, there are several documents that show that it was Messerschmitt who worked on this document. You can see here one of the samples of his exercises with the decorative Lanza script or Ranjana script. Also, there is a very interesting document dated from the 24th of October 1733. It is Pater Noster, the same prayer, which is not translated into Indian or Tibetan, but this is just a phonetical transcription. So this is a Latin text just rendered with the Indian script and the Tibetan script. It's not a translation of the text. And I suppose that by the October of 1733, Messerschmitt didn't have the translation of the text. He obviously intended first to present the text in this way, so not as a translation, but the text put in the original Eastern characters. But after that, presumably, he met an Indian person who came to St. Petersburg for his own purposes. His name was Sungara. And this Sungara, presumably, made the translation of Pater Noster in Multani. And here you can see the autograph of some Indian, probably the Sungara person. And this is the text that was used by Messerschmitt. So this is the autograph by some Indian guy. And this is the copy of the same text made by Messerschmitt. Here you can see both the transliteration and the text in original Indian script. And why we know about this Sungara? We know about him because here we can see this name directly recorded in one of the documents kept at the same bundle of the papers. It is written in Sanskrit, but Sungara, this name of Sungara is directly recorded here. Also, there is a very valuable book in Russian written by Alexei Vigasin about the history of studies of India in Russia. And he wrote several pages on the contacts between St. Petersburg scholars and the small community of Indian merchants who lived in Astrakhan, the city in South Russia. And he directly mentions this Sungara person who came to St. Petersburg and stayed there for several months, from the end of 1733 to the beginning of 1734. He found this information in the archival documents of another German person, Georg Jakob Kerr, who also lived in St. Petersburg and Moscow and was interested much in Indian languages. So we can be quite sure that it was Sungara who helped the German scholars who lived in St. Petersburg to get some information about Indian languages. And it is very much likely that it was him who made this Multani translation of Pater Noster, maybe the first one in history. And Messerschmitt used this translation for his document that he possibly intended to present to the Russian Empress, maybe hoping this way to get some good position in the academy or somewhere. But unfortunately for him, it is quite obvious that even if he did pass this document to Anna Ioannovna, he was not supported by her. And why did he try to have the translation of this particular text? it is clear that during the 18th century, the European scholars tried to collect information about the languages of Asian peoples by collecting translations of some basic lexic, some basic words. And also they thought that some important but short text had to be translated into these languages so that they could get some information about these languages. And we know about it from the history of another German scholar who worked in Russia, Simon Peter Pallas, an important member of the St. Petersburg Academy of Sciences, invited by Catherine the Great, who was German herself. And we know from his correspondence with the librarian of St. Petersburg Academy of Sciences, Buckmeister, that during his travels to remote parts of Russia, he tried to collect the translations of Pater Noster into various languages. And even in the 19th century, this interest, this idea that the various languages of the world could be presented with this particular text is found in the very interesting edition made in St. Petersburg in 1870. This is the book of samples of types of various languages, world languages, and all the samples are presented in regard of this Pater Noster prayer. Here you can see the page with the translations of this prayer into some Indian languages. They didn't use the text produced by Svengarov or Messerschmitt, but this tradition clearly was not forgotten even in the 19th century. So this is it. Thank you very much. If you have some questions, especially on the Indian stuff, maybe my colleague will help me to. Thank you.
Wonderful. You have 2 more minutes to go before your time expires. So your colleague can say a couple of words in conclusion. Welcome.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So what I want to say is just a few words about the language of this prayer. We are dealing with the Multani variant of this Landi or Western Punjabi language that was spoken in the Astrakhan community of Indian merchants of the 18th century. So we could not be much sure about the pronunciation, yeah? But still we will try to reconstruct as close as possible this variant to the modern Landi, that is actually the spoken language in Pakistan now. And as for the rest, of course, we are still in the process of our research, and all these Messerschmitt's handwritings, all these Messerschmitt's documents are full of surprise, and I guess we'll find much more interesting materials. For we have several other Indian texts, or presumably Indian texts besides Latin and so on, in his papers. So wait our results in future. Thank you.
For your presentation, you are exactly on time. Moreover, you saved us 1 minute, so we can reflect on these things. Any questions from the audience to the 2 distinguished speakers from St. Petersburg? If no questions, yes. If there are no questions at this moment, we will do that later. After Professor Mishra will sum up the Indian side of our today's session and his own presentation. So allow me now to pass to our next speaker, and that would be chairperson of the Center of Russian Studies of School of Languages, Literature and Culture Studies of Jawaharlal Nehru University, JNU University. Professor Arunim, you have the floor. Please, welcome.
Good afternoon. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers to give me an opportunity to speak in this online international conference on preservation of cultural heritage. The purpose of preservation of any object is to keep it for the future generations. When we talk about preservation of cultural heritage, our purpose is to ensure that the humanity, the current and future generations benefit from it. The famous Russian symbolist Andrei Biely writes that the ultimate goal of culture is пересоздание человечества, or recreation of humanity. In this ultimate goal, culture meets with the ultimate goals of art and morality. Rishi Aurobindo writes, I quote, "While it is the generous office of culture to enrich, enlarge, and encourage human life, it must also give the vital forces a guiding law, subject them to some moral and rational government, and lead them beyond their first natural formulations until it can find for life the clue to a spiritual freedom, perfection, and greatness." Unquote. In this scientific webinar, speakers have deliberated upon preservation of tangible and intangible cultural heritage. However, we all agree that knowledge and cultural heritage of linguistic communities remain in their respective languages. Andrei Biely writes that язык наиболее могущественное орудие творчества. Language is the most powerful instrument of creation. Biely further writes that word is symbol. It connects space with time. Space which is accessible to me visually, and what I call time is that inner feeling which resonates inside me. He further writes that any word is primarily sound. Biely writes, a new world is created in sound, which makes me feel myself as the creator of reality. Ancient Indian scholars also highlighted the importance of word. Bhartrihari observes that words or sentences can be considered under two aspects, as sound patterns or as meaning-bearing symbols. He says that in meaningful language, linguists recognize two entities, both of which may be called words. One is the underlying cause of the articulated sounds, while the other is attached to the meaning. The external face of words looks at the sounds, while the internal face looks at the meaning. Mimamsa philosophy considers Shabd as testimony or authority. We find in Vedanta Paribhasha that sentence is a means of valid knowledge in which the relation among the meanings of words, that is the object of its intention, is not contradicted by any other means of valid knowledge. One of the most important aspects to understand a language is to understand the paradigmatic and syntagmatic relations between the words of a language. A text can be understood if the relations between the words are understood properly. Ancient Indian scholars also highlighted the importance of relations between the words. Kunjani Raja, in his book Indian Theories of Meaning, writes, while Bhartrihari's Sphota theory of linguistic symbols highlights the importance of taking the sentence or complete utterance as an integral and indivisible symbol, conveying its meaning in a flash, the Mimamsaka school explains how syntactic unity is effected among the various isolated words which comprise the sentence. If the word is taken as an autonomous unit of sound and sense, it is necessary to point out the cementing factors which unite the different words with their individual meanings when they form a single sentence. A large number of scholars in Russia have translated and are translating Indian texts from Sanskrit and also from other Indian languages into Russian. Indian scholars have also been translating texts from Russian into various Indian languages. However, I think there is a wide scope in this field. A large number of Russian literary works have been translated into various Indian languages, and many Indian texts have been translated into Russian. However, texts in the field of linguistics, theory of literature, poetics, history, politics should also be translated from Russian into modern Indian languages and from various Indian languages into Russian. I believe that translation of such texts will help us all to be less dependent on English translation of Russian and Indian texts. As a philologist, I find it extremely difficult and challenging to translate certain words and expressions. As you know, each language has a distinct worldview, or miravazrieni. That distinct worldview can be found in phraseological expressions or in metaphorical expressions of any language. So it is very important to interact with each other more often to understand the semantics and connotations of words and expressions of the source language of a text and how it should be conveyed in the target language. It is also very important to prepare and regularly update dictionaries and glossaries of terminologies from Indian languages into Russian and from Russian into various modern Indian languages. Thus, knowledge that a linguistic community transfers from generation to generation through its language should also be available to other linguistic communities, as knowledge is universal and for the entire humanity. I believe that the exchange of knowledge should be more intense through translation of texts, which will also help us preserve cultural heritage of Russia and India. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Спасибо вам огромное. Вы экономили время наше. You have saved our time, so you have at least several minutes more. So if I may intervene and echo your statements, I do agree absolutely as a moderator that we need to exchange the translations, interpretations of the texts that are currently written, because they are part of our cultural heritage. And it is interestingly enough that if you look back into Russian history of the Soviet period, there was time when close ties between India and Russia were exceptionally high on the level of common people. There was no internet there, but there were such publishing houses as Prosveshchenia and Progress, and they have translated many Russian texts into several languages of India. There are more than 20 languages in India, of course, and they were not only translated into Hindi, but into many other languages. And I have been, when I was living in India, I've met so many people that said that reading Maxim Gorky, which was a surprise to me, in Hindu and in Marathi and in Gujarati, was a revelation to them because they found some important messages in these texts. And we, of course, know that Mahatma Gandhi and Leo Tolstoy were communicating and were interested in each other's processes, ideas, and these exchange of ideas helped to get the non-proliferation, non-participation ideas and quite a new philosophy. Unfortunately, after the revolution, the ideas of Leo Tolstoy and Mahatma were forgotten in our part of the continent. But today, with the demise of the industrialization, the return to the individual production is becoming a motto of the day, what Gandhi has professed and what Leo Tolstoy has professed. Because today, with these gadgets that we all have and with satellite communication, which is part of the lexical and linguistic interaction between the nations, we now can feel what happens on this little piece of land, which has to give you 3 crops a year. So we can communicate, we can see what pesticides are not required, what water requirements are needed for this particular season, what types of seeds are required, and this can be done on an individual basis by each peasant. So zamindar is no longer needed. And the social structure has been changing. In this context today, the electronic communication makes us very vulnerable to the quality of translation and understanding. So let us try to join our efforts in order to make our communication high level, sophisticated, and available to the old generations. Thank you very much for your interesting presentation. And if there are some questions from the audience, please welcome. Professor is available and he has several minutes to answer your questions. The floor is open for the audience. Now, if that would be the desiderata for the end of our presentations, I will now pass to the next speaker, Professor Yaroslav Vasilkov, the Chief Research Fellow from Museum of Anthropology and Ethnography, which is called Kunstchamber in Russian Academy of Sciences in St. Petersburg. Welcome, Yaroslav. We are all ears. Yaroslav?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you very well. The floor is yours.
Oh, that's fine. So, just a minute, please. Well, so the topic, the theme is, of course, the St. Petersburg as a center of Indian studies in Russia. Indian studies in Russia began in St. Petersburg, soon after the city was founded by Russian Emperor Peter the Great. Our national poet Pushkin said that having built Petersburg at the bank of the Baltic Sea, Peter cut the window on Europe for Russia. But for the Europeans, Petersburg at the same time became a window to Asia. At the invitation of the Tsar, a number of European scholars, most of them Germans, as a rule young people, came to St. Petersburg to work as members of the newly established Petersburg Academy of Sciences. Some of them soon realized that it was possible staying in Russia to get some information about India, in particular about Indian languages. Because at that time, trading stations of Indian merchants existed in the southern part of Russia, and the largest of them in Astrakhan, to the north of the Caspian Sea. Indian merchants sometimes appeared also in St. Petersburg, Moscow, and other Russian cities too. You have heard already in the paper of my Petersburg colleagues, Alexander Zorin and Vladimir Ivanov, about Gottlieb Bayer, Georg Kerr, and Daniel Messerschmitt and Pallas, about their work with Indian merchants in Astrakhan and elsewhere. To this, I can add only that even in the far-off Siberian cities, such as Tobolsk or Irkutsk, Messerschmitt several times met with Indians. Each time, he tried to get from them as many information as possible. His acquaintance in Irkutsk with an Indian merchant from Delhi proved to be especially useful. Messerschmitt took from him regular daily lessons of colloquial language, most probably Hindi, learned to write, got some information about other Indian languages, including Sanskrit and even Tamil. Messerschmitt also obtained from this Indian merchant several manuscripts with Sanskrit text. The language of Sungura, the informator of Bayer and Kerr, was defined as the Multani dialect of Western Punjabi. This was probably the first attempt of Europeans to study languages of northwestern India. And the language of the records done by Pallas in Astrakhan was another dialect of West Punjabi, Seraiki dialect. So as we saw, at the first time, Indian studies were conducted in Russia only by Germans. In the end of the 18th century, the exceptional phenomena appeared. The first Russian Indologist, Gerasim Lebedev. He was not a professional scholar, but a great man and a true friend of India. So much was said about him yesterday by Professor Shalman and Professor Vanina. So I shall merely remind you that on his return back to Russia, Lebedev published the first book on Indian culture, written by a Russian on the materials he himself had collected in India. And I remind you also that Lebedev, in collaboration with some Indian intellectuals, established in Kolkata the first Indian theater of modern type. And in this way, Lebedev and his Indian friends opened the way to dialogue between Indian and European civilizations. Lebedev left no disciples. So in the whole first half of the 19th century, Indian studies in Russia continued to be conducted mostly by German scholars. Several names deserve to be mentioned here. For example, Friedrich von Adelung, member of the Academy of Sciences, director of the Institute of Oriental Languages in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Author of the very useful book on Sanskrit literature, this historical sketch of Sanskrit literature, which was published, translated into English, published in Oxford. Robert Lenz, an Indologist with wide range of interests, in the year of his premature death in 1836, started to read for the first time a course of Sanskrit at St. Petersburg University. The greatest achievement of German Indological scholarship in Russia was the publication in 1853-1865 of the 7-volume Sanskrit-German dictionary compiled by a great Indologist, Otto von Böttling, in collaboration with Rudolf Roth from Tübingen. The abridgment in seven volumes too was published later by Böttling alone. Even now, this dictionary, especially its full version, remains indispensable for any Sanskritist and any good library. The teaching of Sanskrit in St. Petersburg University was renewed in 1859. The lectures were read by Kaitan Kasovich. He was a self-educated Sanskritist, and the quality of his teaching was far from satisfactory. But among his students was Ivan Minaev, who was destined to become the founder of the Russian School of Professional Indian Studies. Having graduated from St. Petersburg University, Minaev continued his education in Germany under the guidance of great scholars such as Franz Bopp, Theodor Benfey, Albrecht Weber. After some work with Indian manuscripts in the libraries of Paris and London, he returned to St. Petersburg as the first Russian full-fledged specialist in Sanskrit and Pali studies. In 1872, he published a grammar of the Pali language, which was soon translated from Russian into French and later into English. Minaev conducted 3 expeditions to India and neighboring countries, from where he brought rich collections of manuscripts, ethnographic materials, records of folk tales, and the knowledge of new Indian languages. In 1887, he published his main work, Buddhism, Researches and Materials, in which he formulated his view on the history of Buddhism in India on the basis of both Hinayana and Mahayana sources. French translation of this pioneering work was published in Paris already after Minayev's death. Important side of Minayev's activity was teaching Sanskrit at the St. Petersburg University. Here he found among his students 2 disciples who became after him the leading figures in St. Petersburg School of Sanskrit and Buddhist Studies. They were Sergei Oldenburg and Fyodor Shcherbatsky. Oldenburg had a wide range of interests: Indian folk tales and their parallels in the West, Indian classical theater and drama, Gandhara sculpture, Buddhist art, and so on. He himself headed 2 archaeological expeditions to Chinese Turkestan, from which he brought large collections of Buddhist manuscripts and precious objects of art. For more than 25 years, from 1904 1930, he acted as a Secretary General of the Academy of Sciences. He will be always remembered for his 2 great undertakings. First, he organized a great international project financed by the Academy of Sciences, Series Bibliotheca Buddhica, collection of original and translated Buddhist texts. The outstanding specialists from many countries took part in this project. 40 volumes were published before the series was banned by Soviet authorities in 1937 at the peak of Stalin's terror. In the end of the 20th century, this series was completely reprinted by Motilal Banarsidass publishers. Another great service of Oldenburg to the Russian science was that he managed, by way of compromises and by his diplomatic skill, to save the Academy from the attempts, first by revolutionary fanatics, then by the Soviet bureaucrats, to destroy the Academy of Sciences as the institution served, as they said, the interest of the class enemies. The greatest representative of Russian School of Indian Studies was Fyodor Shcherbatsky, pupil of Minayev. He studied after that the texts of Indian philosophy and science with Bühler in Vienna and Jacobi in Bonn, then came to India for several months, read the text of Nyaya philosophy together with traditional scholars, participated in philosophical dispute in Sanskrit with Pandits at Varanasi. At the same time, Shcherbatsky achieved great success in the study of Buddhist philosophical systems. In his works, he demonstrated that Indian philosophy developed due to constant polemics between Hindu and Buddhist schools of thought. In the late 1920s, Shcherbatsky was the head of the Institute of Buddhist Culture in Leningrad. At that time, he was generally recognized as the highest authority on Indian philosophy in the world. Shcherbatsky had several brilliant disciples, among them Evgeny Obermiller, the peerless specialist in Tibetan Buddhist literature, Andrei Vostrikov, Sanskrit and Tibetan scholar, author of the large monograph on Nyaya philosophy, which was unfortunately lost. Mikhail Tubiansky studied Hindu religion and Buddhist philosophy and was a pioneer of the Bengali studies in Russia. Unfortunately, the golden age of the Shcherbatsky school coincided in time with the peak of ideological purges and political terror in the USSR. Almost all scholars of Shcherbatsky's school fell victims to political repressions. Shcherbatsky himself died in the time of the Second World War in isolation and despair. The only kind of Indian studies that survived, the only kind of Indian studies that survived the hard times and even made some progress was the study of the new Indian languages. The founder and leader of the new school was academician Alexei Barannikov, specialist in Hindustani and other Indo-Aryan languages. Studying history of Hindi literature, Barannikov had to turn to some classical Hindu texts. In 1937, he published his translation of Lalu Ji Lao's Prem Sagar as an example of early Hindi prose. And after the Second World War, in 1948, he published the translation of the famous Ramacharitamanasa by Tulsidas. Because of that, the name of Barannikov is now greatly esteemed by some groups of Rama worshippers in India. After the war, new generation of enthusiastic young people came to the university to study Indian languages. You can see in this photo, Indologists, the graduates of the year 1951, and their teachers. The teachers are academician Barannikov himself, head of the chair of Indian philology, Vasily Beskrovny, an outstanding Hindi scholar, in future the main author of the great Hindi-Russian dictionary, Vera Novikova, the founder of the Leningrad School of Bengali Studies, Vladimir Kalyanov, Barannikov's pupil who had taken lessons of Sanskrit from Sherbatsky. Now, at the initiative of Barannikov, Kalyanov started to read a course of Sanskrit and to translate the first book of the Mahabharata. Among students, there are several future leaders of Indian studies in Leningrad. Vladimir Vorobyev-Yesitovsky, a genius who was able to revive the tradition of Sherbatsky school, but unfortunately died very young. Vladimir Erman, this is the generation of my teachers. Vladimir Erman, Sanskrit scholar specializing in classical Indian drama and theater and Indian epic. And Georgy Zograf, an outstanding linguist focusing on new Indian languages. In the second half of the 20th century, Indian studies were concentrated in two main centers, Leningrad University and Institute of Oriental Studies, Leningrad branch. In the university, after the tragic death in 1972 of Vera Novikova, the teaching of Bengali language and literature was continued by another great scholar, Elena Brasalina. She was a teacher of several Bengali scholars who are active now. Oh, sorry. She was a teacher of several Bengali scholars who are active now in St. Petersburg. Unfortunately, we lost her in the last year. Then the brilliant specialist in Tamil, Semyon Rudin, who died in a tragic accident, has not left pupils who could continue the line of teaching Tamil, but the Dravidian languages were still represented by Nikita Gurov, who for many years taught and studied Telugu language and literature and safeguarded the continuity of the tradition. Since 1959, in the university, Sanskrit was taught to many generations of students by Vladimir Erman, who is also known for his skillful translations of many masterpieces of Sanskrit literature, such as you can see Mudra Rakshasa by Vishakhadatta or Raghuvansha by Kalidasa. In the 21st century, the teaching of Sanskrit has been conducted at the university by Sergei Tavascherna and Yulia Koper. Sorry. Excuse me.
That means that you have only 3 minutes left.
Okay, I shall try to manage. Head of the department, Svetlana Tsvetkova, is a specialist in medieval Hindi literature, its poetics and aesthetics. Anna Chelnakova is the main teacher of Hindi and modern Hindi language. In the Institute of Oriental Studies, the Department of South and Southeast Asian Studies was headed first by Kalyanov, and since 1968 by Georg Zograf. Kalyanov continued the project of a complete translation of the Mahabharata. Later, Svetlana Neveleva and Yaroslav Vasilkov joined the project, and Kalyanov had translated in total 7 books of the epic, and we later added other 9 books of the Mahabharata. And 1 book was translated by Professor Erman. The work on translation was connected, of course, with the studies of the great epic. Here you can see 2 monographs of Svetlana Neveleva and one by Yaroslav Vasilkov. Studies of Indian philosophy, reviving in some way traditions of Sherbatsky school, was started in the 1970s, 1980s by Valery Rudoy, whose research was based on translation together with Irina Ostrovskaya of Abhigama Kosha by Vasubandhu. And then independently, Andrei Paribak started his own historical-philosophical studies, beginning with translation from Pali of the important Buddhist text Milinda Panha. Several historians of Indian philosophy working now in St. Petersburg, I shall mention only several names of them. Vladimir Ivanov, who is present here, Evgenia Desnitskaya, Victoria Dmitrieva, Sergei Pakhomov, Sergei Burmistrov, and for many decades, philosophy of Buddhism and Jainism has been studied by Andrei Terentiev. There is long tradition of Indian studies in the Museum of Anthropology and Ethnography. Here you see my colleagues. I shall mention only Igor Kotin, the head of the department, Nina Krasnodemskaya, Margarita Albedil, Tamil Studies, Elena Soboleva, and Olga Berenkova. Georgy Zograf was a linguist of world renown, leader of ontological linguistics at Leningrad. At the same time, he kept an eye on the revival of the classical Indology traditions, tried to support both historical philosophical studies and translations of the Mahabharata. In 1980, Zograf, together with Tatiana Elizarenkova from Moscow, established the tradition of annual spring conferences of Moscow and Leningrad and Moscow, Indologists at St. Petersburg, in Leningrad. Main theme of these annual sessions was formulated as traditional Indian text, problems of interpretation. In 1994, this conference was named Zograf Readings in memory of its founder. Now the Zograf Readings have grown into a large All India conference, organized jointly by the museum. The conference lasts 4 days and the number of active participants is usually 45 or 50. We have published 5 issues of our proceedings in the book form, and last year we began to publish the materials of the conference in our magazines published by our museum. What I would call the great and most important novelty in recent years is the rapid development of intensive contacts, cooperation, and fruitful dialogue between Indologists of Petersburg and Indian scholars. Unforgettable event took place in our city in April 2018. Third International Conference of Indologists organized by the ICCR and St. Petersburg University. And this conference was a great success, and it had a consequence very important for us. 15 years ago, head of the Indian Philology department at the university, Nikita Gurov, organized a group of scholars who revived the old Russian tradition of Lebedev studies. In India, there is also old and strong tradition of Lebedev studies. And these two traditions developed separately. They had only some occasional points of contact. Thanks to the ICCR and the Embassy of India in Russia, in October 2018, Lebedev scholars from India for the first time came to St. Petersburg, and the two traditions met at last in the 3-day conference where we had an opportunity to exchange new and important information from both sides. Now the collection of papers based on the material of this conference is almost ready for publication. It contains 5 papers of Indian and 7 of Russian authors. Me and Professor Amartya Mukhopadhyay are the co-editors. I hope the volume will be published this year. As for the future of the Indian studies in St. Petersburg and in Russia as a whole, I must say, we are watching now a serious change due to the spread of digital technologies, to the opportunity from every geographical point in Russia to get access to Indological literature. Moscow and St. Petersburg as centers of Indian studies lose their monopoly. They are turning now into coordination centers for small Indological centers which emerge in other Russian cities. As the organizers of our Zograf readings, we can clearly see that the territory of Indian studies in Russia is widening every year.
And that is very encouraging. Thank you, Professor, for your wonderful presentation. Thank you. And our attention was all yours. And now we shift to the next speaker, to Vice Chancellor of West Bengal University, Teachers Training, Educational Planning and Administration in Calcutta, for the presentation on the folk culture of India and our identity. Sir, you're welcome. The floor is yours. Samarji.
Dr. Vasilkov, can you close your presentation?
Oh, yes, yes.
Thank you. Professor Bandakhopadhyay, welcome. We are all ears.
watchman again?
ठीक है.
That's fine.
चलिए. Turn on your mic, sir. Yeah. We are all big ears. We are listening to you, sir. Yes, please. Professor? We want to know about identity. Please enlighten us. What about folk culture in India? Anything to say?
I'm sorry, do you have technical problems? Can you share your presentation?
We see you on the screen. If you cannot speak, you're not audible, then do like this with your hand, because we can see you. Yes, sir.
Sir, do you mean myself? I'm Alexander Zorin. I'm not the one.
We understand that you are Alexander Zorin. That's very nice. But we have now Professor Soma Bandakhopadhyay, Vice Chancellor, who is going to talk about folk culture of India and our identity according to our schedule. And we see that someone is putting up a face, but we don't have anything audible.
I think the next speaker is Professor Bindu Puri as per the program. Is it right, Inna? Can you just look at the program?
Yeah, I thought I was the next speaker too.
Yes, exactly.
Bindu Puri, the Professor
Bindu Puri.
Wonderful.
So I am speaking on Swaraj in Ideas, Gandhi and the Old World Mind of India. At the start, I mean, I must say that I am so overwhelmed with these wonderful papers I've been listening to. And whereas the title of the international webinar is looking at the preservation of cultural heritage, I speak in my paper of continuity. One might note that being in continuity with the intangible part of one's cultural heritage, the values and ideas of one's tradition, might seem to carry a slightly different connotation than the idea of preservation. The term preservation has the sense of keeping intact something which is long gone. And I'm noting in this context, the tangible cultural heritage of artworks in their corporeal actuality in museums containing the relics from the past. But in contrast, continuity carries with it the sense of the past still in practice and not yet forgotten. In that sense, while continuity includes preservation, but moves somewhat beyond it, preservation may not and often does not include continuity. One can preserve artifacts, paintings, scripts as symbols of an ancient civilization. But what about the religio, socio-moral, cultural values that make up the civilization and the heritage itself? An answer to this question brings in the ideas of persistence in time through practice. To speak on continuity in the context of India and its cultural, moral, religious, socio-heritage necessarily takes me to revisit this paper on Swaraj in Ideas by the philosopher K.C. Bhattacharya, which was delivered as a lecture when he was a principal of Hooghly College during 1928 to 1930. Now, K.C. Bhattacharya explains that cultural subjection is more pernicious than political subjection. There is cultural subjection, and I'm quoting him, only when one's traditional caste of ideas and sentiments is superseded without comparison or composition by a new caste, representing an alien culture which possesses one like a ghost. This subjection is slavery of the spirit. When a person can shake himself free from it, he feels as though the scales fell from his eyes. So what is important to note here that to speak of cultural subjection does not mean that any assimilation from other cultures would necessarily amount to subjections. I think the chairperson reminded us of the Tolstoy-Gandhi exchange and how much did Gandhi learn from that exchange and how much was his own idea of resisting colonialism with Satyagraha born of that exchange that he had with Tolstoy. So K.C. Bhattacharya reminds us that there is a lot which is good in cultural assimilation, and it requires a synthesis or even a reasoned rejection from another culture, from a mind and perspective that is at home in its own culture or its own heritage. K.C. Bhattacharya, of course, speaks about the collapse of the old world mind of India under the under the burden of ideas learned from the West. And he also speaks about how philosophy, which carried this cultural heritage in India, has become very imitative and therefore lost creativity. But the old cultural heritage still operates in family life, but it dares not exert itself in the cultural sphere. Of course, this is K.C. Bhattacharya in the 1928 to 30. And I'm now introducing the figure of M.K. Gandhi, who in his life, writing and practice speaks to this whole argument about cultural heritage and continuity. For there is an abiding continuity with Indian heritage in Gandhi. Now, this is not only a continuity in dress, but it's a continuity in ideas. Now, while it is difficult in a brief presentation to go the length to bring out this continuity, I'm here only trying to just skim over some of his central concepts to show how they have a lineage in the philosophical cultural past of India. There are interconnections between knowledge traditions, nationalism, and cultural socio-religious heritage in Gandhi. Gandhi's important concepts, Swaraj, freedom, Satyagraha, Yam and Niyam, are in continuity with India's past. But like we already saw from the Tolstoy-Gandhi exchange, this is not without a critical discourse and a learning from other people. He creatively reinterprets these ideas to reflect the central concerns of his time. He receives a Western education, spent years in England and in South Africa, yet he drew on the resources of India's cultural heritage and ancient values to negotiate the political uncertainties of colonial India. So it's very interesting that Gandhi not only commented on the Bhagavad Gita at many he wrote a number of comments. And Anashakti Yog was released on 12th March 1930, the day the Dandi March began. And he also actually read a lot mentioned the Yog Sutra of Patanjali at about 200 places in the collected works of Mahatma Gandhi. He himself acknowledged his debt to Patanjali in coming up with ideas of ahimsa and satyagraha. But there is hardly any mention of this influence of the Yoga Sutras in all the work on Gandhi in the past few decades. Now, I'm basically looking at certain concepts in Gandhi which you can directly look at as a part of this cultural heritage. One is this whole idea he has of classical and casual virtues, which he regards to be mandatory for satyagrahis. These are what he calls yam niyam of Indian philosophy, and you can trace them to the Jains and to the Akaranga Sutra of the Jains and to Patanjali's Yoga Sutras. And then there is the concept of freedom. He uses the word Swaraj. He doesn't like to use the word liberty of the liberals. And the idea of self-rule, Swaraj, in Gandhi cannot be understood if you do not locate it in the philosophical cultural heritage of India. Particularly the notion of the Sthita Pragya, or the perfect man of the Gita. And this idea of moksha in the Indian philosophical tradition begins to really influence this concept of Swaraj in Gandhi. Thirdly, this idea of satyagraha as a non-violence resistance also seems to have been influenced in part by these readings of the Gita. These notions demonstrate that Gandhi's critical engagement with India's civilizational values and its reinterpretations of the same sort of make for a continuity. And just to go into it a little bit, you find in Hind Swaraj in 1909 that Gandhi is talking about India becoming free as a freedom which is built around ancient Indian civilizational values. And he also speaks of freedom in a dual sense, as self-rule and home rule. And he says self-rule is the base. It is only on that home rule can be built. And what is self-rule? It's a control of the self by the self. That is a control of the egoistic impulses by the higher moral impulses. Now, you cannot understand this notion unless you start looking at the notion of the Sthita Pragya of the Gita. And I will tell you that Gandhi actually said that these sections of the Gita had influenced him greatly, and I'm quoting Gandhi. I became acquainted with the Gita in 1889. From that time till now, the last 19 stanzas of chapter 11 have ever remained engraved in my heart. For me, they contain the essence of Dharma, unquote. Now, these verses that have been emphasized by Gandhi over there, they are connected with the discussion about the ideal person, the person of resolute intellect, the person who maintains equanimity, described in the Gita as the Sthita Pragya. Gandhi's commentary seems to clarify that the philosophical resources for the idea of self-rule have been drawn in some part from the Bhagavad Gita. In fact, Gandhi's emphasis on self-rule as an inner freedom can be properly understood only if it is read in the context of the relationship with the conception of the Sthita Pragya and Patanjali notion of the control of the individual's body and mind by the Purusha, or the true self, in the Yoga Sutras. Gandhi often emphasized the need to control an over-assertive sense of the self and its ideas. So one's rule over one's own mind is true freedom. Otherwise, there's no sense in speaking about political freedom for someone like Gandhi. Now, Gandhi, when he talks about self-rule, he makes a clear distinction between an individual's higher self and the body and mind. The Gandhian self, in the idea of self-rule, presupposed a textured interiority. In speaking about the self as both the subject and the object of freedom in self-rule, he is making creative moral use of the metaphor of the Atma, which has dominated classical Indian ethics, to indicate the moral possibility that every individual can develop a form of free personhood, which is closer to the idea of what he calls Satya, or truth. However, this should not be taken to mean that there is a kind of orthodox reiteration of the traditional Indian concept of Atma in Gandhi. Nor is Gandhi using Swaraj as self-rule in the sense of spiritual freedom or moksha when he speaks about Swaraj for India. He is critically engaging with these notions and relates the idea not to freedom from the cycle of rebirth, but to political freedom from colonial domination. Now, I'd like to suggest that the continuity with Indian values, for instance, the notion of freedom as self-restraint that one sees above, is actualized in Gandhi due to his emphasis on the relationship between the knowledge of religio-moral values, the intangible aspect of one's cultural heritage, uniquely learned from one's own particular tradition, and the experience of those truths in leading a good human life in the present. So what do you lose when you become cut off from your cultural heritage in time? Commenting on chapter 6 of the Gita, Gandhi emphasizes the idea of holding on to one's values as intimately linked with practicing rather than preserving them. And there's a section here from his commentary, which I'm just reading. Gyan is understanding through reason. In that sense, we know all about what was said in the past when we do a history of Indian philosophy. Vigyan is that knowledge which sinks through reason into experience. Gyan is knowledge obtained from the Shastras, whereas Vigyan is knowledge which is part of one's experience. Non-violence will have become direct experience for us in this sense, when our whole life comes to be permeated with the spirit of compassion, when non-violence manifests itself in us, in its true essence, unquote. So you get the sense here of an interrelationship between reason and translating our beliefs and values held in faith with one's moral experience. Rather than preserve cultural heritage, one needs to rethink one's cultural past with a view to keeping its central insights a going concern in our present life. Now, if we really took Indian philosophy seriously, one needs to understand how different would be the syllabi in a philosophy of religion course, because the concepts would change, which is really not what we are doing in philosophy departments in India. It is the confidence in being settled in the traditional form of life that gives an individual the freedom to reinterpret her or his heritage with a view to rationally reinterpreting socio-religio-cultural moral norms. So they are able to inform his or her practical experience with changes in time. So Gandhi uses this insight to emphasize this integrity between tradition and practice of living a good human life in the present. And he seems to have argued, and it's difficult for me to go into all his comments on ancient texts, but he seems to have argued that once one realizes that religious texts and cultural civilizational values, heritage, are meant to guide the devotee to live a good human life, one would be bound to rationally reinterpret such texts and values in line with the dominant and essentially secular moral insights of the religion and religious texts concerned, and the more practical considerations that such a life involved. Note, for instance, how he makes the use of ahimsa to speak across traditions, and how he says the values of non-violence can actually be shared with other traditions. And we learn ahimsa uniquely maybe as a Jain or maybe as a Hindu, but one can have a conversation about it with Tolstoy, and one can actually share and speak to each other. So though you learn them uniquely, you may be able to speak about them with each other. The Gandhian distinction between learning with a view to preserve and being at home with a view to practice led him to reinterpret civilizational values and cultural heritage in keeping with changes in time and context. Such an engagement made for continuity in cultural values rather than maybe merely their preservation across time. Thank you so much for your patience, and I hope I kept to the time. We can't hear you. Somehow we lost your voice.
Виктор Михайлович, мы вас не слышим.
Hannah, we've lost the voice.
Не слышим.
Sorry, there was a communication block. Madam Indupuri, thank you very, very much for your most interesting presentation that brings Mahatma's wisdom to our present discussion, which is very, very useful for us when we speak about the cultural heritage and we go on in understanding the semantics and the messages of human dignified living. And that is very useful to make a bridge between cultural heritage, which we are discussing, and the new generation of students, which really seek their way in life, and they would be enlightened to know these things that you have been speaking about. Now we have the next speaker, a distinguished journalist who is going to share with us the scholars, so to say, but we think that journalism is also scholarship in many ways. So as a great communicator, I'm inviting Mr. Chukla, a senior journalist and researcher, to speak about intellectual discourse since the Vedic time to the contemporary 21st century. The floor is yours, sir. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Dr. Victor Nemchinos. At the outset, I would express my gratitude to the organizers, Indian Council of Social Science Research and Russian Science Academy for giving me the opportunity to present my views on such an international platform. Sir, I would like to share one PPT. Respected chairperson, my topic is on Shastrarth.
Make it full screen. I'm sorry. Make it full screen. Could you make it full screen?
F5, if you press.
At the keyboard and F5.
Yes.
Yeah.
Is it visible now?
Thank you.
So, my topic is Shastrarth, intellectual discourse on the Vedic heritage and its relevance in contemporary world. Before I proceed, I would like to thank Professor Srikant Singh of Makhanlal Chaturvedi National University of Journalism and Communication, where I completed this project as fellow, in which Professor Singh was director and Professor Sachidanand Mishra, Department of Philosophy, Banaras Hindu University, was co-director of this project. The first mention of Shastrarth, the very idea of procedure of Shastrarth is first described in Rig Veda in 10th mandal of 71st Sukta of 10th mandal of Rig Veda. That is the first composition of human on this planet. This is a detailed idea of Shastrarth. And all these mantra, in these, there are 12 mantra in this sukta, and they one by one they give various aspects of Shastrarth. The word Shastrarth is also used in Rig Veda in the sense of discipline, or we can say discipline of knowledge. And also the word artha is also used there in a different sukta, that is however, the concept of Shastrarth is there, but the word Shastrarth, the term Shastrarth, is not used in Rig Veda in that sense. They have used the word Vacham or Vag Marga that has been used. In other Vedic texts, the words Vako Vakya, Brahmoday, and later on Katha, Anvakshiki, Hetu Vidya, Hetu Shastra, Tantra Yukti, these terms have been used for intellectual discourse in different books of the Vedic knowledge system. The term Shastrarth comes later, and it is used in Ramayana, Valmiki Ramayana, Shvetashwar Upanishad, Kamandaki Niti Shastra, Vakyapadiya, and other texts. So this is about historical perspective. About conceptual framework, the first mantra of 71st Sukta describes a procedure with an analogy of how we segregate grain from soil and other impurities. And they say, as we we separate grain from impurities for our consumption. In the same way, intellectuals segregate knowledge from information and other impurities and finally convert it in the form of consumable knowledge to be disseminated in the society. Besides, in later mantras, it has been used in the form of Vajineshu, that is knowledge competition, then evaluation, which we know as peer review process today, and also in learning through competitive augmentation, and in communication as well. Here we find almost all the modes of communication, that is personal communication, group communication, even intrapersonal communication, and up to some extent mass communication also. Later texts have further described this process and standardized the Shastrartha by using terminologies, defining them, and presenting technical framework for the entire process of Shastrartha. In 6th century, we see a competition among scholars of Anvikshiki school, that is, we can say school of logic, medical school, and other schools also, to develop a robust, transdisciplinary, and universally acceptable methodology for intellectual discourse. However, Medatithi Gautam, who survived before pre-Buddhist days in about 550 BCE, he is credited to present the first, most robust methodology of intellectual discourse in his book, Nyaya Sutra. Though there is a dispute among scholars that whether he authored the entire book or only the first 2 chapters, but even if we consider that he authored the first adhyay or and its 2 ahniks, it makes it clear that he is the founder of this methodology of Shastrartha. He has used the word Katha and has described 3 models, Vad, Jalp, and Vitanda, for intellectual discourse. Before I go into detail into the methodology, I would give some glimpses on the scope of Shastrartha. Shastrartha has been used across the disciplines. In the pre-British period in India, it was being used in mathematics, medical science, that is Ayurveda, Vyakaran, Jyotish, roughly could be translated as space science, communication, metallurgy, and any kind of known discipline, and in different languages also. Besides various philosophical schools such as Vaisheshik, Sankhya, Buddhist, Jain, Vedant, they developed their own methods on the basis of the methodology developed by Gautam, with slight differences which suited to their philosophical schools. Kautilya, that is popularly known as Chanakya, in Arthashastra, he has described a different kind of methodology for social sciences, where he has enlisted 32 Tantra Yuktis. Medical school, that is Ayurveda, they have their own methodology of Shastrartha, that is Charak Samhita mentions 36 Tantra Yukti, and Susrut Samhita. Then we have Vyakaran, Panini, literature also, Natya Shastra. All these schools, they have slightly different methodologies, but all these methodologies are based on the principles set in the Rig Veda and later on the technological framework developed by Gautami Nyaya Sutra. There is a misconception that Shastrarth is conducted or was conducted generally on religious issues and only in Sanskrit language. But as I told, that it was conducted and the methodology is present in almost all the known disciplines of knowledge, which were taught in Indian academic institutions before the British set up their universities and imported modern methodologies from European countries. Besides in Sanskrit, there is one concept in Shastrarth, that is Nigrasthan. The 14th Nigrasthan, which is known as Ananubhashan, provides scope for translation of the proposition made by the proponent. It says that if the opponent is not able to understand the meaning of the sentence presented by the proponent, then the jury or any member of the jury should translate it in the language of the opponent or simplify it and explain it to the opponent so that he could reply the question raised by his rival. Now coming on methodology, in his methodology, Gautam has presented 16 categories of Shastra, of Katha, and 16 categories, and we can divide those categories into 4 groups. The first one is composition of sound or robust argument, that is Yukti Vakya, how to compose, how to present a sentence which is infallible and robust in such a way that it could not be deconstructed. Secondly, how to identifying faults, demerits in opponents or rivals' argument. It includes Hetvabhas, Chal, Jati, and Nigrasthan. And then 3 approaches of Shastrarth. He has used the term Katha, it is Vad, Jalp, and Vitanda. In Vad, it is very friendly and generally between the scholars of the same stature or between teacher, or we can say preceptor, guru, and shishya, student. Jalpa is conducted as a part of competition among students, among scholars, or scholars of different schools or 2 different schools. Then Vitanda, it is known as deconstruction only, when one scholar uses a highly critical approach without presenting his own thoughts or vision on certain issues, deconstructs the thought of the proponent only. And finally, Nirday, that is ascertainment, is very important in Shastrarth, because after every intellectual discourse, there should be ascertainment, that is real nature of the subject matter. They use the term Padarth. So we can say real nature of Padarth. But Padarth is not matter there. So subject matter under study, we ascertainment of that. Whatever we are speaking about, there should be ascertainment at the end of the discussion. If we put it in the form of a definition, various scholars have defined Shastrarth from their perspective. But one thing is, something very important there. The first thing is it should be in friendly manner. It has been described in Rig Veda also, that is Sakhaya, Sakhyam. These words has been used in Rig Veda. There is high emphasis that scholars engaging in intellectual discourse should have friendly environment and should look each other in a friendly way, not an opponent in that manner. Secondly, it should be with sports spirit. So, and one thing more important, that the real nature of both the scholars through debate do not aim to deconstruct one another, but aim to achieve, know the real nature of the subject matter under discussion. So I have put these things in the form of a definition. As a process, Shastrarth is ascertainment of the real meaning of a message, verbal or non-verbal, through scientific way of competitive argumentation in a friendly manner with the sports spirit. It is crucial for realization, protection, conservation, cleansing, enhancement, and dissemination of the knowledge, and also in conducting learning assessment. Though I agree with previous scholars that several Sanskrit terms are non-translatable in English, but I have tried my best to put the nearest parallel terms of English, but where required, I am trying to explain it in Sanskrit also. Now I will try to present a comparative analysis of Shastrarth and with the modern mode of intellectual discourse. The first thing I noticed that almost all the methodologies in social sciences, they have been borrowed from natural sciences. And here makes the big difference. In natural sciences, if it is sodium chloride, it will remain sodium chloride even if you abuse, insult, or do anything to it. But humans change when they are informed, when they gain knowledge. When you say that, when you communicate to a section of population about freedom, certain kind of rights, their behavior will change. So the scholars studying that community, they need to change. So this is the, I think, a drawback in the methodologies that have been borrowed from natural sciences and imposed or being implemented in social sciences. Here Shastrarth provides an opportunity to both Paksha and Pratipaksha, equal opportunity to compete in a robust technical framework. That technical framework I already described, provided by Megatithi Gautam and later on developed by different scholars. In this way, Shastrarth, in modern methodology, you frame questions and then you do survey, then you analyze and draw conclusion. So in natural sciences, the subject matter do not have the opportunity to raise question to you, but humans do have. So Shastrarth provides an opportunity to the subject matter to raise question to the researcher. Okay. Here, the beholder of the one view is put against the beholder of the other view. So you frame your question, the Pratipaksha counter view will have its own question, and there will be questioning between the both. And the idea, vision, innovation, thought, or whatever you can say, have an opportunity to survive on the pattern of survival of the fittest. And the survival of the fittest is not only a macro concept. If you can survive at one corner of the earth, survive there. If you have potential to spread, you means the vision. If your vision has potential to spread throughout the world, it can. Thank you. I will take 2 minutes. So in any form, you have all the equal opportunity. Then Shastrarth provides level playing field in various visions, in interdisciplinary, multidisciplinary, and transdisciplinary also. And their most important thing is there is no scope for interference by the state or political power. In these thousands of years of history of Shastrarth, no power could ever intervene or influence the discourse between two intellectuals of different schools. They decide their terms and conditions, and they decide what will happen if other side wins. Unlike the modern quantitative and qualitative research methods, where researcher, I can come to this. The present scenario, though the Shastrarth is known from Vedic age, you might be aware about Gargi and Yagyavalkya Shastrarth, then Mandan Mishra, Nagasena, Shankar, Dayanand. There are several scholars who practice Shastrarth, but today the situation is that Shastrarth has been driven out, is not being used in academic institutions in India. Only a few Sanskrit universities use Shastrarth as intellectual discourse, that too in very customary manner. And as I explained, the Shastra has a potential to be developed into a qualitative methodology for not only for social sciences, but also from natural sciences. And another thing that it can bridge gap between science, social science, and technologies, and can provide a fertile ground for developing holistic and integrated perspective vision on various issues. And due to Shastra, due to this tradition of intellectual discourse, we have so many cultures, so many languages, and so many schools of thought surviving in India since thousands of years. And due to this spirit of Shastra, not only the religions and philosophies who developed on Indian ground, but also those which were imported from Arab and other continents, they too have different sects in India, such as Islam, which emphasizes on single God. They too have about 72 sects in India, with some of whom have their branches in other countries also. So these things are due to unfettered, open-ended questioning process, which is described in Rig Veda also. I would like to sing these two lines of Rig Veda, which says that dangerous are those people who do not believe in questioning and who do not believe in dialogue. Samvada, O God, save us then from one. It says, Naya sampriche, na punar havitave, na samvadaya ramate, tasmano adya samrite rurushyatam, bahubhyam na urushyatam. Om Shanti. Thank you very much.
Dhanyavad, thank you very much for your scholarly analysis, which is very useful to us. If you switch off the presentation now, we will have the opportunity to start the closing discussion. And in the closing discussion, I would like to link what you have said on a philosophical and methodological issues with what Professor Mishra wanted to end his presentation with. Now, there is an all-encompassing possibility for him. Rajneesh Mishra, you have an opportunity to say closing remarks, and then we will open up a discussion. And after Professor Mishra, I would like to give floor to Bindu Puri. Madam, you will have an opportunity then to say a few closing remarks, and then all those who would like to participate in the panel discussion will speak. Professor Mishra, welcome.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for giving me an opportunity again. I'm sorry I exceeded my time that time, but I'm thankful to you for giving me opportunity to say a few words. I was just about to complete, not many things, but the thing is that all these studies should go in the right perspective, because only then it would be fruitful. Fortunately, as we can see, our Russian scholars, Russian Indologists have done immense work and with a very, very well-judged perspective. And if we pick up this thread, we have a long way to go and understand each other in a very meaningful way. I was just suggesting a few domains in which we can further continue with our own studies. Language is, of course, philology has been institutionalized in both the cultures, particularly in the context of Indology. But there are many more other dimensions which requires our attention and in which we can proceed. For example, physics and metaphysics of language, that is one part of it. When we say physics of language, we mean place and manner of articulation. And you'll be surprised to know that a very ancient text on phonetics, that is Rig Pratishakya, that talks about more than 2,500 varieties of a single phoneme A. So these parameters which are discussed there may be extremely helpful in analyzing speech sounds in Russian, in other languages, modern Indian languages as well. Second thing is that language has two important aspects, mantra as well as prapancha. Mantra, where language is self-contained entity. It is ontological in nature, and it is to be meditated upon. This aspect is still not much studied, and how the language of a particular hymn is, as my friend was just presenting hymns from the Rig Veda. So it is not only the meaning, but also the sound, the sequence of sound, that is very, very important. So how does it refer to a particular kind of ontological content or so, that needs to be studied. And where language becomes a prapancha, that means a epistemological explanatory tool to describe reality. So that is another aspect of it. Another aspect is verbal cognition, process of verbal cognition. And Indian Shastras are very rich, technical texts are very rich, knowledge texts are very rich in this context. Particularly the Nyaya philosophy, philosophy of grammar, that is, as you know, grammar itself is a philosophical school, as recorded by 13th, 14th century text, Sarvadarshan Sangrah by Madhvacharya. So in Nyaya philosophy, in Vyakaran, and in Mimamsa philosophy, there is an elaborate discussion, how do we acquire understanding, knowledge through language, whether it is verb-centric or it is noun-centric. So these two parameters are suggested, and elaborate discussion and debate among these schools are available to us. I'm reminded of Professor Sherbatsky's work, legendary, remarkable classic work on Buddhist logic. One can see how a text is understood, how a text is to be analyzed. These are the classic examples. So in Buddhist, my own work on Buddhist theory of meaning is there. So we tried to, I tried to study in that how verbal cognition takes place, and what is the process, and how other things are to be incorporated, I mean cultural elements also. Buddhist theory of meaning is, my friend Aruni Bandyopadhyay was referring to some of the theories of meaning in India. So this is called Apohva, theory of contextual exclusion. This is how meaning is ascertained. Another important dimension is interpretation of text. How a text, which is ultimately a kind of linguistic enterprise, and how it is to be interpreted, what are the tools and techniques. Mimamsa philosophy is quite rich in this aspect. So one can go about it. And another important school is the Trik philosophy of Kashmir. And a great philosopher, tantric, musician, grammarian, Acharya Abhinav Gupta of 10th, 11th century has developed unique tools and techniques of interpretation in Kashmir Shaivism. One more just to say about this role of Kashmir in understanding the 14 disciplines of knowledge that has yet to be explored. And in that way, we have a long way to go together. Thank you very much. Namaskar to all of you.
Namaskar. Dhanyavad. Thank you very much for your contribution. I think you, in your remarks here, are summing up not only your own presentation, but the closing of the cultural heritage, understanding and sharing ideas that we all want to expand. And we have a quarter of 100 participants intellectually engaged in this activity right online, and this is a fantastic thing. So apart from the phonetics, apart from the sound as such, apart from the smells that were discussed at the previous session, we can see that the meaning is acquired each time anew. And our capacity and possibility to develop this meaning, to enlarge it, to reformulate it is very, very important. Even look at analytical language like English, you have 10 tone groups. And with tone group number 1, you can use the normal word, say figure, to insult a person. And with the tone group 10, you can only encourage them. So phonetics is very important, of course. We don't have 2,500 things to understand and have them, but we have a lot of things that can be done either through voice or through the body language, which is also very important. And I want you to engage in including body language in verbal and non-verbal cognition, which is part of hermeneutic or interpretative things that East and West may come and bring together. Now, please, Bindu Puri, what would be your wisdom that you want to share with the group as a closing intervention, please?
Since we've now moved into the space of intercultural understanding, so I'd like to just end with the thoughts of two thinkers who played a very interesting role in Russian and Indian intercultural space. One is, of course, one you yourself mentioned, Gandhi, and his dialogue with Tolstoy. And the other figure is that of Rabindranath Tagore, who also visited Russia and was very influenced by Russia, particularly by the great, the amount of literacy and education that he found in Russia. So I'd like to first speak about, this the dialogue between Gandhi and Tolstoy. So he basically, Tolstoy wrote the letter to a Hindu, and that was, I think, written to Tarakdar Das in December 1908. And in that, he sort of emphasized how it is love that can bring colonial independence, that can bring freedom from colonial domination for the Hindus. And now see, this comes in December 1908, and Gandhi writes to Tolstoy and asks him for permission to print that letter. And it is in 1909 that Gandhi writes Hind Swaraj, defining what freedom ought to mean for India. And in that, there is a chapter on Satyagraha. And you see how Gandhi then conceives what the method of attaining freedom should be. And that, you see, is so much influenced by the letter and the correspondence he shares with Tolstoy. So that kind of defines intercultural space for you. And how Gandhi then goes on to argue later that truth and non-violence, though you may have learned them from your own past, from your own religious past, your cultural past, how it becomes a value that can be interculturally accessed by us, albeit in our own arguments. And he uses and unpacks that to go on to fight for India's independence. And this whole notion of Satyagraha as a firmness. And later on, you see how the figure of Socrates also influences Gandhi, earlier also and later also. So he starts talking about Socrates from 1906. So it's very interesting how certain values are interculturally accessed. And that is something that we really need to think about when we are talking about cultural heritage, because we tend to insulate ourselves. And there's a whole tendency of isolation. And also there's a tendency for us to discount everything that's not coming from the Anglo-American world. We are not really looking at that at all, which is why, I mean, I'm very interested in how syllabi in universities has become so influenced by Anglo-American discourse that we just don't look outside it. And that's, I think that's why I find these thinkers very fascinating. And the second person I would like to talk about is Rabindranath Tagore, who of course visited so many countries and was, there's a very interesting thing from Tagore I'll share in the present context. So when Tagore was traveling down the Chinese countryside, and there is this one time that he writes this poem in the morning about how the night of isolation, where countries were in a narrow, dark corner, has ended. And he said, look, the whole world has come together. And that thought came to him in China while looking at the morning coming over all the villages. Interestingly, how today's pandemic has made us realize it all the more, that how something that originates in one place can really spread everywhere. So we are actually together more than we know. And there is a beautiful notion in Tagore, which is that of the surplus in human nature. So he says human beings have something in excess of what is needed for physical survival. So in that sense, human beings are so different from the rest of creation. And it is in that surplus that art, great art resides. And it is there that intercultural understanding gains a space. So it is in great art that we can all talk to each other. It's there. So it's not in reason, but it's in the surplus. And this leads him to say that the best space for intercultural understanding are educational institutions, are dialogues like the one we are having, where intercultural understanding really takes off the ground. And the second thing that comes from the surplus is the idea that since we all have this surplus in human personality, it, properly speaking, belongs to the human in each and every one of us. So a great achievement in any part of the world really belongs to all of us. And we can take pride in great art and in great literary achievements. So I think in the thinking, in the dialogue between Tolstoy and Gandhi, and in Rabindranath Tagore's, trips all over the world, and his ideas of the surplus and his ideas of intercultural conversations, you see how cultural heritage is really common to humanity. So in that sense, not just to one country, but we all share in it. I think that is a beautiful idea that you get from Tagore. And also if you look at Tagore's idea of the religion of man. So he says the religion of man is not really any localized religion, conventional religion, but it lies in the truth of interrelationship. So it is the truth of our interrelationship. It is the truth of our sharing our cultural and literary achievements as we are doing today, where for Tagore, the religion of man lies. So I think I'd like to end with that thought for us.
This is a wonderful thought, and it's very good that you mentioned both Gandhi and Tagore and Tolstoy. And I would like to say that we have had a conference on Gandhi and Tolstoy last year with Indian Institute of Oriental Studies, and with the help of Indian Embassy, we have published the compendium of texts. Like we are now hoping to publish a book on where you are all invited to be co-authors on multiculturalism. This is a serious invitation. But speaking about Gandhi and Tolstoy, we want to say that they have fantastic communicative strategies that managed these simple people without any media that we now all have to master the minds of millions. Their teaching somehow subsided after the victory of Indian independence and after the victory of the Russian Revolution. But after a century, they're coming back to us as visionaries, because today in the internet, in this communicative system, their ideas are renovated and reborn to a new life which we all can share. And as for Tagore, my dear colleagues, he wrote a poem which is very sad but very illuminating. He said, I spent my life by stringing and tuning my musical instrument. The life is nearly over, but I haven't yet played the melody. So please, my humble request to all of you, after we close today's session, play your music. Send us a paragraph of your ideas in written form in English of what you think and what you share with us on the true essence of multiculturalism, which is in our hearts, but we need to verbalize it, as Professor Mishra said, and as all of you have just indicated, to put it forward. And now, before the closing remarks would be said, and Indian Council of Social Science Research will put a stamp on our deliberations. Before that, is there anyone else who would like to make a small contribution in a concluding couple of phrases? If you do this, please raise your hand and the floor is yours. We are very democratic here.
Yeah, may I raise my hand like that?
Yes,
I just have a question to Professor Mishra. I'm very sorry if I miss it during your report, but I wanted to ask you whether you have cooperation with Russian universities, linguistic universities, I mean, and universities that have linguistic Oriental studies. Do you cooperate with them? You are not audible.
Yeah. I would like to associate with them and do the work. I have not done so far. Last time I was in, one of the speakers, I think Yoshila Washiko, referred to that St. Petersburg Indological seminar. I was there in 2018, and there I could see the possibility of working with those scholars who are interested in language and literature studies.
I just asked because I have a list, quite a big list of Russian universities with faculties of Oriental studies. I'm sure that your approach to linguistic would be interesting, not only for those who study Oriental languages, but also in general, I mean, linguistic. And because your approach with the dimensions like forms, structures, phonetic aspects, rhythm of the language is very, very interesting. And if you want, I can share with you the list of universities of Russia.
Sure. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Definitely. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ina. Yes, please, Professor.
I just wanted to add that JNU has MOU with many Russian universities, including MGU, and we have already. I mean, it's in the process. Like we have signed a MOU with Господин Vasilkov, with Kunstkammer. It's in the process.
Yes.
Yeah, so yes, we have connection with
электронными сообщениями. Yes, please. Next. Welcome.
So I had a question to all the experts on philosophy and logic and reasoning. Professor Mishra also talked about. The Western philosophies generally have logic and reasoning with respect to cause and effect. But the philosophies you talked about, Nyaya philosophy and a few others, have more in-depth understanding of logic and reasoning, which is very crucial for present day translation into machine learning and artificial intelligence, because I'm asking this question basically to find ways and means of connecting the younger generation, which is our prime motive also. So could any of you enlighten us on any of the Indian philosophies which would be adequately addressing some of the logic and reasoning aspects of the new computing languages of artificial intelligence?
The problem with artificial intellect is that everything now has become transparent. And what was previously considered to be a divine prerogative of the eye that is watching our deeds and determining the quality of our karma in Indian philosophy, whether we will be reincarnated or we will go down according to our present life achievement and to what our ancestors did. Today, artificial intelligence that you mentioned is here to judge this. Look what Chinese Communist Party is doing with 1 billion of humans by asserting their karma according to their banknotes and availability of free loans. And this happens throughout the world. So when we scholars look at this not on an administrative level, but on the level of human interaction, we can discriminate between the bogus cultures, between the anti-culture and the culture. They all coexist in the internet. So our intent, perhaps, by not neglecting the bad side of it, to know that there are new untouchables in the internet with which we do not want to communicate. Luckily enough, we could exclude our meeting from the interference of the bots and other automated things that hamper the communication, but it is there. And today, the main problem is how a young person entering life and entering internet can discriminate and discipline him or herself by not devoting their life to small pleasures of video gaming, of mystical things, but trying to put a path through the life which philosophy and practice gives us a chance to share with them. And here we must perhaps make an example. Maybe there are some other people who would like to raise their hands and say a couple of words, or if we have just covered the whole field of this. Yes, please. The distinguished journalist is having a floor for a minute.
This is regarding the question raised by Dr. Shrotiye, Dr. Shishir Shrotiye. I would like to say yes, the Nyaya philosophy has up to some extent, it depends on the which issue are you dealing in artificial intelligence. The methodology, this can be used for analysis. I again say, depending on the issue you are dealing with in artificial intelligence. We, up to some extent, we have tried to use it in fake news in media and analyzing the social media posts, at which social media posts should be not uploaded, or in that way it should be rejected or it should be accepted or propagated further, particularly in the sense of fake news, I say. So we had done in our media house up to some extent, but I think yes, there is scope for developing the technical framework. I'm not saying that what Dr. Victor is saying, the religious part, of course, it's there, but it's really small part of that technical framework. In a secular way, what we say, it can be developed into a technical framework in artificial intelligence to analyze different issues.
It's got five sets of reasoning. just not like
not only for 5 sets of reasoning,
cause and effect reasoning. It has got stages and multiple stages where fuzzy logic can be interpreted and multiple intermediary stages can be interpreted.
Yes, sir.
I think Professor Puri also wanted to say something.
There we use the term praman. So the kind of roughly, not exactly the same, roughly can be translated into evidence, but not the same. So what kind of praman are you using? On the basis of that, we can find out which text or which sentence is having, we say, jati and nigra sthan, and also we say fallacies of reply in that sense. So in that way, there is complete set of jati, nigra, sthan, etc. So from that perspective, we can draw conclusion technically that which statement is infallible, robust, and should be disseminated in society further, and which should be taken down. So though
unfortunately, we will always be confronting fake news and real news. And there is no other way from the depths of your inner soul to try to discriminate the veracity and the fallacy of the argumentation. And I'm very glad that as a media man, you understand that negative news sell very well in the media and in the newspapers, in journalism. But actually, life should be based on a rather optimistic note if we really want to fight COVID pandemic in the world, because keeping optimism is very important. Yes, Bindu Puri.
I just wanted to say on the same note that you were saying about young people. So I was wanting to bring in something else from Tagore, in which, he basically speaks about music, and he speaks about how eventually going through discord and disharmony, you land up in the house of songs, where there is all these discordant notes, and yet they come into harmony. So he said, look, I'm a singer myself. And when the notes from the east and the west, they mingle and they come into a harmony, then the music delights my soul. So this is really something how music can also teach you.
Yes, yes, you are very, very right. Ladies and gentlemen, do we continue our short summing up exchange of views? I suggest that we continue this after closing up this session by sending each other the emails and the texts. And I think that would be indeed very useful. For instance, I can share with you the booklet that was written for the Indian young people and in printed form. This is the booklet. And there is a text over there about the possibility for the young people in India to get involved into common heritage, understanding, preserving, and upbringing. So one copy is in JNU University, of course, but it may be lost in a library. So I will send to all of you who will request this with great pleasure, hoping that we will continue our dialogues. Our distinguished Professor Malhotra has been writing a lot of wonderful thoughts while listening to our humble interventions. And I think it is right now the time for him to express his views on what we have been able to achieve and what we need to follow in the future. Professor Malhotra.
Thank you. Am I audible?
Yes, absolutely.
Right. So thank you, Professor Victor Nemchinov. I hope I pronounce your name correctly.
Absolutely correct.
Right. Right. Thank you for that. I mean, when I look at this two-day webinar, I'm thrilled to look at the way people have participated. Of course, we have re-begun, I will say, after a pause, which came in November 2013, as RAS was under reorganization. And I felt during the course of this webinar, when old friends and childhood friends meet, it is always very engrossing and very engaging experience. The one that we had over these 2-day webinar on preservation of cultural heritage. It is assumed that we know ourselves, or we might be interested in knowing ourselves a little more. But our friends from Russia are equally interested in knowing about Indian heritage, deciphering it, and understanding us also. These 2 days have been quite absorbing and enlightening experience. The vast representation of institutes, the best ones of the two countries, I thought in terms of reading from the list, but I don't have that much time, in fact, because we have to finish it also. But the number of issues that have been discussed, the vast canvas and the expanses of knowledge in the domain of cultural heritage that we have visited, revisited, tried to discover or rediscover during these 2 days. That has been a very, very great journey, in fact. The scores of subject that we have discussed, they have included digital innovations. The last issue which arose in the context of artificial intelligence and other issues must definitely refer to that presentation also, and it would definitely resolve a few queries related to that. Safeguarding ICH, traditions, scripts, and languages, Indology in Russia, India as seen by Russian travelers, and very interestingly, olfactory heritage. Historical initiatives of Russia, Prayagraj Kumbh 2019, we had 2 presentations, one from India and one from Russia also. So Nicholas Roerich and Himalayan painting. So we had some discussion around paintings. 2, Russian-Indian relations and their contribution to world culture and science. It was clubbed together. Medical practitioners, those who have made tremendous discoveries in the science, they were also cited here. Preservation of traditional values by Indian diaspora in Tanzania. Millennia-old traditions, intangible cultural heritage, lost narratives, Chola bronzes, cultural conservation. 6 earthquakes of Buddhist practice, ethnographic heritage, museums in India and Russia. A study of languages, language as repository of knowledge. Very truly said. Swaraj in India, Shastra, Indological studies in Russia, Indian version of Peter Noster and St. Petersburg as the center of Indian studies. This is the vast canvas that we have tried to cover over these 2 days. I have never seen any webinar lasting over these 2 days and covering such a vast canvas. Perhaps our desire to cover as much as possible within the shortest time was the idea behind the things. And just for the organizers, including myself, we did not like to have a break also for tea or convenience of any sort. So it was so engaging, right? So I could see strong preparations, understanding, and appropriate language and the uses of the words and expressions, and at times jargons also. People of almost all major age groups, we should comprise of this kind of scholarship deliberations. That was very well represented here. We could see young people. We had our fairness towards the gender perspective also, which was very visible. So I'm personally very optimistic about this encouraging collaboration. Somebody said, it reminds me of those remarks, India is full of potentials. Its cultural heritage has a smooth flow of perennial rivers. I'm sure that together we have still more potentials to discover what still lies undiscovered. So together we can learn, understand, research, and create new knowledge. As Professor Victor Namshiko said it also, and I wanted to make that point also, that we have conducted or tried to do this webinar in a very democratic manner. I mean, everybody, we did not mind at times the time limits also. So people were given even enough opportunities to present their views. I'll go to the extent of saying it was very generously conducted. and giving almost everybody an opportunity, not only present, but also respond to a query, question, observation, or suggestion. So number of thinkers have been cited. There's hardly anybody big in the modern times in Russia and India who was not cited, quoted, and their convergences were also discussed. How they inspired each other, including Hind Swaraj of Gandhiji and correspondence with Tolstoy among luminaries. So number of ideas from our perspective as a research supporting agency. So number of ideas, researchable ones, have emerged. We need to see languages and their evolution to a larger extent, and which was perhaps expressed by Professor Rajneesh Mishra and Russian interest in JNU doing that or not doing that. How many books do we still preserve in our libraries? How many we may have lost also in the course of time? So tradition, practices, values, and how they got expressed in I would use the word intangible first, in intangible and tangible heritage. I think these are the researchable issues for both of us in days to be taken forward. And I'm very hopeful, as Dr. Shishir said in the beginning, that we intend to do more research projects in collaboration. So it gives us ample scope to take all this discussion forward in terms of research projects. And I would propose that if we could publish these proceedings also, we must publish these proceedings in the form of papers, and ICSSR would take that initiative to publish it. So thanks to all paper presenters. I'm reminded of a famous quote. My father used to say that stories are part of the most precious heritage of mankind. So this is what we have done over these 2 days. So thanks to all presenters, Indian Embassy there in Russia, Russian Academy of Sciences, and ICSSR's International Collaboration Division, led by Mahesh Madhukar. So my thanks to all these who have taken this lead and made us meet each other for so much of engrossment. In fact, we are looking forward to a pandemic-free world where we meet face to face and discuss beyond boundaries to greater heights and extents. Thank you very much.
What a wonderful conclusion, Professor Malhotra. If it was a book, it would be a wonderful ending chapter. And we hope there would be a book. But before the book would appear, there is a recording of what we have been speaking. So book in the ear is already there. If this recording can be made available, we have a complete book of 2 days of interventions. And to finish the book on a proper minor note, there are sometimes on the last page a small line which is called errata. This is how the books really end. And let me end by making a correction of an errata by Professor Zagorodnikova, who corrected my interpretation of the Sipai shooting. It were not Sipai, but Kuki Namdhari, who were shot by the Brits at that time. So errata has been done. And now we can congratulate ourselves with a very, very good work. And irrespective of the mobility and COVID virus, please stay healthy, be optimistic, and continue your very vital and important work on preserving and enhancing the cultural heritage of humanity and of our 2 civilizations. Thank you very much. And the words from the Presidium of Russian Academy of Sciences.
I prefer to give a word to Dr. Shrotri.
Dr. Shrotri, you have the final note on the back cover of the future book. You know, some important messages are put on the glossy super cover. Yes, please.
There is nothing much for me to say. I just want to thank everyone. And these discussions were overwhelming, and they are very, they need to be captured. They've been captured digitally, as Professor Victor mentioned, and we could come out with a series or publication for that. And it's also important that Russian Academy of Science engaged the scientists in these discussions, and all the scholars believe that the heritage, the cultural heritage, there is no distinction between modern science and the cultural heritage, and the Vedic wisdom made an invaluable contribution to the branches of science, mathematics, medicine, biology, geology, geography. In fact, I have one book which was done earlier with the Roerich Institute help and our Sanskrit University at Tirupati, which captured many of these aspects of Vedic literature and architecture, chemistry, and modern sciences. And we need to do furthermore many projects which we can this invaluable heritage, which is priceless, could be taken forward with the next generation. And our deepest respects from Embassy of India side to all the luminaries. They gave tribute to the work of various Russian and Indian scholars and various passionate people, including Mr. Shenoy, late Mr. Shenoy, who was quoted many a times. I also want to thank Mr. Malenko, who is the head of international relations at Russian Academy of Science, INA, who was always there, Professor Malhotra sir, and Mr. MP Madhukar, without whose help this would not have been possible. He works backstage. He's not come live on his video many a times, but he's been instrumental in stitching all this fabric together. So thank you, Mr. Madhukar. Thank you very much for your kind support. In the end, I just want to say the great words from our Bharat Ratan ex-president, Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, who used to say that National Prosperity Index is the summation of annual growth rate of GDP, which could be taken as A, plus minimum level of quality of life for the citizens of the country, which could be taken as B, plus the value system derived from our civilizational heritage, which is C. So he used to say A plus B plus C is this National Prosperity Index. So all these scholars in their talks did pay tribute to all this. So thank you very much all.
Thank you very much. Dhanyavad. All the best. Well, this session is adjourned, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for your kind participation in this intellectual exercise.
Thank you.
All the best.
Thank you. Thank you to all of you.
Thank you. Thank you. Namaskar.
Namaskar.
Thank you so much.
Natalia, your presentation was very good and interesting, my dear.
Thank you.
And thank you for staying with us. And please, пожалуйста, не стесняйтесь нам написать что-нибудь на почту, мы вам обязательно ответим. Почта есть, и нам будет интересно знать ваше мнение о том, как сегодня это все развивается, все понятия переосмысляются, концепции. Вы как раз в положении, как одна из немногих оставшихся на связи, продолжить то, о чем мы просим в Институте востоковедения, в отделе